about love? Don't you want someone to care about you? What about love? Don't let it slip away. What about love? I want someone to share it with you. Or I want someone to, I don't remember the words. You might need it someday. What is love? Is love someone who says, I love you, you're so pretty, I love your energy, and you laugh with them and blah, blah. And then life gets in the way, they become a jerk, and then it's like, what about love though? I think the truth of the matter is we are all children who live in the moment. And when a child looks at someone and says, you're my best friend, you are their best friend in that moment. And then that moment slips away and suddenly, you're on to the next person, the next love or whatever. The problem with relationships is it's supposed to be forever, right? And I think it is if it is in divine timing. But if it's not in divine timing, then it is temporary. We have to go through an awakening in order for love to be forever, I guess. The song What About Love came into my head for Jenny today. And I think that the question, what about love, is, I don't know how to describe love. For me, I prefer to say that joy is the better relationship because love, we all shift and change. And we're in an illusion. And many of these ideals and religions and beliefs bring us together under the umbrella of religions and beliefs. And if those religions and these beliefs and these ideologies no longer resonate, then the relationship that we permeated within our mind or heart begin to diminish. So, welcome to Forest Fairy. My name is Mary Moses. We are going to be doing something called scrying. It is an ancient art technique that was kind of popular during the days of Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci saw things within stone and wood, and he would bring them forward. A scryer is somebody who is an oracle. You have forgiven your past. You're not polarized by low self-worth or self-importance. You are called to speak the voice of spirit, and you are called to be a holy vessel that brings forward messages from the spirit world. So the oracle is a scryer that uses paper as a technique to create a telepathic vision. So a telepathic vision is a television, and we create a television on paper with charcoal. Charcoal is a dead tree, a burned tree, and paper is a dead tree. We bring this tree back to life through the art of scrying. If you've never seen me before, if you've never been here before, what's up with you? I've been on here for about 5 years. I'd say 5 years, maybe 4.5 years. And I've read for thousands of you guys here on TikTok where significant energies come forward just for you. Sometimes these energies are your deceased loved ones. Sometimes they are spirit guides. Sometimes they are spirit animals. Sometimes I see Scientology concepts tell us something about our origins. Sometimes you guys are connected to Egypt. Sometimes Armenia. Sometimes goddesses like Ishtar or Inanna or Solomon come forward. We talk to Jesus Christ or the energy of Christ all the time. Jesus Christ often tells us, I am not a man, although I can manifest as a man or many men, I am a place. And when we move through the age of Pisces, we move through the body of Christ. This is why Jesus says, turn over a stone and there I am also. Because the place that we are in is known as the age of Pisces. Solomon also said, I am not a man, I am a place. Sol is sun, Oman is moon. When we begin to understand what gods are, we begin to understand the timelines that we are moving through and how to shift our mind through these timelines. If you find yourself in a world that is lesser than what you would wish, we have to learn how to move and shift through timelines. This is what Jesus calls moving mountains. He says you have the power to move mountains, not literally pick up a mountain and move it, but literally shift bodies of gods. That's why there were so many gods. That's why we have been deceived. When you connect with a certain God of light or love or joy, you will move through that timeline, that body of time. And this body, they are like pockets of time, and they're connected to the Egyptian Book of Gates. So it's not for me, if you're here, it's not for me to convince you of any truth. What my job is and what Spirit told me is to push you into your heart chakra. The kingdom of heaven is within you, not me. All of your answers are within you. My job is to push you back into your inner child. Learn how to fly again. Learn how to giggle again. Learn how to hear Spirit again. Learn how to live in the moment again. And learn how to shift timelines so that you heal out of a broken mind space and know that the entire world or realm is made up of mind. If you can change your mind, you can change worlds. Yay! So welcome, Jenny. I'm so glad you're here. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Na-na-na, na-na-na-na-na. The ballerina spinning is someone who is transcending time. Someone who is spiraling on their Taurus field, the golden ratio and the golden age of Aquarius. It's a wonderful time to be alive, so welcome. It's time to step into truth and life and to perfect ourselves and our mind, to work with our heart and our mind. The heart is focused on the invisible. The mind is focused on the visible. We're going to understand both the invisible and the visible. Let us anoint your piece with Mushi. Mushi is a butterfly that has a 320 hertz frequency. A healthy human resonates about 100 hertz frequency. If your immune system is compromised, you resonate about 60 hertz. And if you're dying, you start to dwindle at about 25 hertz frequency. To become full of life and living energy, think in terms of frequency. Maybe wear some rose essential oil. Maybe wear linen that's 5,000 hertz frequency. Maybe sun gaze or connect to nature. These things help you to collect power, collect energy so that you can remember your dreams and remember your communications with your higher self and remember who you are. Yeah? No? It's okay. I could be wrong. A song that Spirit sang or is singing just for you was, what about love? Don't you want someone to care about you? I don't think that the lyric, don't you want someone to care about you? This is about don't let it slip away is the lyric. Because this is about not letting a timeline slip away, which is your highest timeline, where you perfect yourself as what you were meant to be perfected by. But somehow we found ourselves in the body of a God that was painful. And the body of Christ is a very painful reality. It's the 7 wounds of Christ. It is taking on the sins of the world. It is dying and rebirthing, being born again. It is a painful reality. But once we get out of it, we have to learn how to shift into the age of Aquarius. This is why Christ said, follow me to living waters. Living waters is the age of Aquarius. You ready? What about love? Don't you want someone to care about you? What about love? Don't let it slip away. What about love? I only want to share it with you. You might need it someday. Mm-hmm. Another song that is being given to you is when the world is ready to fall on your little shoulders, when you're feeling lonely and small, you need somebody there to hold you. Well, you can call out my name when you're only lonely. There's a male energy holding you, and maybe a spirit guide, maybe somebody you know. It's somebody telling you to drink water and to welcome in the age of Aquarius like living waters. And they are sending you a musical note over your ear saying, listen to this song that I'm sending you. When you feel nobody around, on the nights that try you, remember I was there when you were a queen, and I'll be the last one there beside you, so you can call out my name when you're only lonely. Don't you ever be ashamed when you're only lonely. Oh, it's no crime, darling, we got lots of time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Girl, there's nothing wrong with you. I get lonely too. You're holding a sword. It's time to cut things out of your life. It's a time to be ruthless. Positive music, positive frequency. You, there's a couple things going on with you physically that's causing a series of things. So, protection from frequencies. So, EMFs, cell towers, positive ions, drinking enough water, listening to frequencies that work. I can tell you should get an EMF head covering. I bought one. It's like $50 from Amazon. It actually works. If you put your phone in it and try to call your phone, it will not call your phone. So you put this over your head. It's nice and soft, and you wear it in public and you wear it at home. And it's going to protect you because something about you, your heart is being affected by frequency and electromagnetic fields. And something about also drinking water, making sure that you're hydrated. So oftentimes when we don't hear God or we don't hear our higher self, when we are low vibes, when we are not living our truth and our destiny, really, it's really sometimes external forces that are kind of damaging our cells or damaging our neurological pathways, our emotional balance. And I'm being shown for you is it's really about cutting out a couple of things for your holy temple to be more holy. You are protected by a male energy here, and you have a older female over here that's connected to like a mother dragon, and the mother dragon is not a bad thing. It means that you're going through the baptism of fire, and the baptism of fire is about balance. So your dragon, which is kind of a ruthless energy, will try to push you to who you're meant to be, to work with spirit and to be strong, but you're seated, you're not standing up. So you're not standing up because something is just draining you and your heart is kind of exposed. So let's just keep looking and see. But you do have this woman here also smiling at you. And she has the same crown as you. So this means that you're related somehow. And the dragon actually has the hand around this woman. And it says ELF. This may have something to do with electromagnetic energy, if it's electric something frequency. There's something that's just, some people are extra sensitive, like me. When I go into Walmart or something, I literally have to go through my cleansing bath and everything because there are too many stimulants. There's the loud music I don't want to hear, they force upon me. 2, the lights are this fluorescent lighting that buzz. Then there's the wind that blows in your face when you walk in. Then there's the energy of a whole bunch of people. Then there's the inconvenience of everything. And then it's just everything about that place is off-putting to me and can literally feed on my energy like a vampire. And it's rude. That place is rude. There's many places that are rude to our spirit. And not to mention all of the EMFs and the electromagnetic energy and the positive ions that infiltrate our spirit. Your spirit has to be fed, and it does not like positive ions. Your spirit is connected to your heart, and your heart is connected to the sun. Now, although your heart emits an electromagnetic energy, it's not like technology. Like our cell phones are a type of radiation, and 5G towers are a type of radiation that if you look up some of it actually affects our emotions. And so your original self is so powerful that nothing could push you over. Somebody could be a jerk to you and you would say, okay, well, that's meant to be, right? You don't go to your child self and have low self-worth, or you don't have self-importance. You're just in the 0 point energy where you are authentic and loving and you give. And if they don't give back, oh well, you cut them out of your life, right? But when we are manipulated and our holy temple has become less than holy, then we become weak. And then when we're weak, somehow we attract things and we find ourselves in a timeline. And then we somewhere deep down inside think, I know that I have a timeline somewhere where I'm really happy. And how do I find it? And this is why you have me. Because, so Spirit says to turn your piece upside down. So I'm going to. You have to flip your world around. And learning how to flip your world around is about collecting power and raising your frequency through following life energy and just being aware, right? So, I see flying angels, just, a place that is just gentle and loving, full of crystals and life. So in this upside down world, I don't know if you've ever watched Stranger Things, but they talk about this upside down world. I really believe it exists because I've seen it, and it is like this place. It is you look like a child here, like Pippi Longstocking, kind of. I don't know if you know Pippi Longstocking. And your child holds all the power, your inner child. The inner child that wants to live in Disney World and in a creative reality full of happiness and joy and fun, that's where your power is. And here you are, you have your hands up. This whenever you see hands and using your hands in a particular mudra, this is you having power. And here you are. Your hair looks like Pippi Longstocking, and your hair goes out like DNA. You know, some people have power in their hair. I've seen it. And think of the song Samson, or think of Samson and Delilah. Delilah cut off Samson's hair and he lost his power. So this is an allegory to you that you have the ability with your mind, with your power, to send your mind into any timeline or world. Jesus calls it moving mountains. You have the ability to shift your world through a myriad of things, and I can give you the recipe. It basically begins with hydration and then pH. Limit your EMF intake. You are a natural negative ion emitter. Your tears are salty, your sweat is salty. Salt and heat makes negative ions. Positive ions come from bacteria, mold, cell phones, cell towers, computers, and technology. Positive ions mess with your heart chakra and your invisible luminous light body. When your ethereal net or your luminous light body becomes entangled and not flowing correctly, this makes your torus field turn into a tornado, and you shift your reality, like Dorothy, under the inner world that is dominated by the reptilian Wicked Witch of the West, which is really an allegory for the World Wide Web. You're being shown that you have the ability to shift timelines. So in your other hand is a world. And there's this castle and this place that you create through your joy, through the energy of joy, and through the energy of your magical inner child. And it's all, the sun looks like a heart, and this is crystals and just magic, really. And how do we flip? Well, the entire world is made up of belief. So if somewhere along the way, we begin to believe something about ourselves or the world that isn't true, then we are living someone else's mind and someone else's reality that is not our destiny. So belief is 100% part of it. And this is your crown. Your crown is you are the crown of creation. You are someone who has the ability to create a magical destiny and world for yourself. You have a mother like Mother Mary kind of energy over here. She's giving you a golden compass. She says that your mind works like the golden compass. She says that whatever you focus on, consider whether it's your belief or someone else's belief. Consider whether you want to believe it or not, whether you think it's true or not. She says that you feed your spirit through thought and action, through your actions and your thoughts. Cleanliness is next to godliness, and you will clean things in your life and use the sword to cut out a reality you don't want to be in. So basically, we have to learn how to flip and shift realities. You might like to know that the sun goes through a pole shift every 11 years. The number 11 is quite significant. Why do you think that 9/11 equals 11 and the two towers looks like the number 11, sitting in front of a body of water that reflects 11:11, a reflection? And if the sun flips every 11 years, Jesus Christ has 11 letters in his name, so does Harry Potter, so does Dorothy Gale, so does Neo Anderson from The Matrix, so does White Rabbit, so does Emerald City. This number 11 is about an upside down world. And the truth and the secret is within you, that you have the kingdom of heaven within you. As a matter of fact, Jesus said, it's neither here nor there. It's already here among you. What Jesus was trying to tell us, and which got hijacked by the Romans, is that you have the power to shift mountains and move timelines and out of a reality that doesn't serve you. Realities are bodies of gods, and these gods are timelines. So Solomon is sun that dominates the moon. Yahshua is the moon that dominates the sun. Yah is moon, Shua is sun. So if you don't want the moon to dominate the sun, darkness dominating light, you have to go through a pole shift. Solomon's temple is flanked by two poles. And these two poles are, the temple of Solomon is an allegory. When you entered Solomon's temple, you've actually gone through the pole shift where the sun dominates the moon. Your heart dominates your mind. Illumination dominates darkness. So this place, this is a giant sun. And it's almost as if there's a dark sun as the illusion on the other side. There's a black sun and a light sun. And we have the ability through our thought and our heart to literally shift into our appropriate place. So you have thousands of people here around in this shape. They're all standing around. These are they are all going into a place, and they're all walking in this place. All these little people, thousands and thousands and thousands of souls going into portals. The adept know how to use their mind, their actions, and their belief to shift timeline. You are kind of stuck, and you're under the rainbow, and you have to cut things out of your life to get out of this world, out of this reality. So here she is. She has like a number 7 under her cheek here, like this. And who is Mary? It's a body of time. It is not a person. God and gods are not people. They don't want, and they do not need a physical form. They have no need for a physical body. They can shapeshift. They do many things, but these energies are time. Mary is Mary in our English language, and this AR is a place in Armenia. It's connected to Mithra and the god Ar and all this. So she is a body of time. So the upside down world. Let me ask where you're from. We'll go back to that in a second. I want to see what your highest timeline looks like. And also to ask Spirit, please tell us why you're here and where you're from. Why was your soul sent here? Some people are sent here like as a prison. Some people are here because of, I see that Scientology is true for them. Their souls were taken by Xenu because they were a rebel. Some people are here because they were trapped. They came from the moon and the moon was hijacked and they were from the moon and they were trapped here. Everybody has a different reason for being here. And not every story is the same. So this is who you are meant to be. And I'm going to also look at why you're here now. Again, you have these very, very large hands. To have the very, very large hands of God is, I want you to know this, that the dark ones, if they know that you're very powerful, they will do everything in their power to take your power away through self-hate, through a myriad of ways. So, down here is why you're here. So your soul was sick. There's an angel. Oh, hold on. Another pen. That's not the one either. Here we go. How about this one? There's an angel standing over a bed. And there's somebody in a bed. When I asked God why I'm here, this is what I saw a long time ago. That my mother was in a bed sick. And the angels had a sword and they were blocking the way to a doorway, which is heaven, or a good reality, a happy reality. And it says, see there. All right, so the way I understand it, and I could be wrong about this, when Harry Potter was in the Muggle world, he was sent to the Muggle world as a protection, and his parents died, and he had low self-worth. The Muggles treated him like garbage. And he was invited to come to Hogwarts, but when he looked in the mirror, he saw pain. And we cannot go into heaven if we have pain. We just can't. we will bring the Voldemort with us. We will bring the Wicked Witch with us. We will become a virus to a collective consciousness that is full of joy, light, and love and healing. So some of us come here because of healing. And our outer world will actually reflect to us our pain back to us. So our mother, our father, our grandmother, grandfather, if they were jerks, it's because this was our pain manifesting in our faces in some strange way. So you came here, my temporary reading for you, there are these angels, move that crystal here, and they're all these people are waiting for the healing to take place. Think of the allegory of unloading your camel of all of its belongings in order to go through the eye of the needle, right? So this angel watching over and all these people standing here and this, you were sucked in like a tornado from a Taurus field through thought or through something. And this is like a tornado going around and around and around and around. And then you found yourself here. But inside the tornado is you sucked in this vortex. And it's really the story of Dorothy. When Dorothy let her dog, which is her thoughts, her emotions, go into the garden of the Wicked Witch, she began to connect her mind and her beliefs and her energy with a reptilian energy. And the reptilians suck us in some weird way. And when they suck us in, it means that we entangle our Taurus field in a tornado, and our house, which is time, goes out into a new timeline. It's no longer Kansas, it's Oz, and we experience the Mandala effect. And we go into the dominion of the reptilian Wicked Witch. They're not our world. And their aim is to keep you sick in a bed so that you never leave them and you're under their control. They want your shoes. They want your mind, your body, and your soul. To leave the Wicked Witch is a myriad of things. We have to walk the golden ratio. We have to meet the scarecrow, and the scarecrow says, I'm this, I'm that, is really a carbon copy of what the scarecrow was told he was under the dominion of the reptilians. The scarecrow was taking on the sins of the world, like on a cross. And then the Tin Man is about awakening through our heart chakra. And the crucible that blows smoke at the top of your head is burning away all that is false, all the lies from the reptilians. And last but not least, the shame and blame lion. Put 'em up, I'll fight you with both hands behind my back. When we shame and blame the world we came from, we keep tethered to it. If we hate these people, we will stay connected to it, period. We have to let go of all of our pain. And sometimes forgiveness is just simply dying of who we were, dying before we die, and saying, you know what, I'm nothing. And when I'm nothing, I believe nothing, I feel nothing, I'm small enough to go through the eye of the needle and take my house and shift it back to my original home and fly over the 7 colors of the rainbow. There's the bird flying over the rainbow, like a pretty little bluebird, except you wear a blue dress, right? So slap the lion in the face, and then you go into Emerald City. This is the green heart chakra. And the green heart chakra will scrub here, scrub there. Cleanliness is next to godliness, all that is false. Suddenly, the baptism of water and the baptism of fire manifests, where the broom was on fire and the Wicked Witch diminished through water, being splashed with water. And then your dog, your mind, will become very adept, and it will expose the false Wizard of Oz that was full of hot air balloon. And no longer will your mind go and connect with the garden of the reptilian Wicked Witch, the Wicked Witch of the West. Your mind now seeks first the kingdom of God and truth and life. And you will become a master of shifting timelines, no longer connecting your energy or your power or your luminous light body in the web. Your Taurus field will no longer get entangled with the tornado of reptilians and the frequency that is connected to their manipulations. You will awaken to who you really are and who you are meant to be. But the reptilians want you so badly to stay asleep, to stay weak, to stay hopeless and bitter, and to not get up out of bed and realize that it is the power of your mind and your heart that can take you out of their control. Now, let's look and see who you are truly meant to be. So you have two horses. You're flying. This is you flying. These are wings. There's a man. He's like a god. He's a bearded god. And you aren't just you. When you become part flesh, part spirit, you become the hands, the feet, the mouth of an invisible God. And this invisible God is in everyone's mind and heart. And when we follow it and obey it, we are the oracle. We are the hands, the mind of God. So this bearded man is not a man. It is sound and frequency. In the word was God. Word is sound. Word is frequency. So the frequency of God has a certain vibe. And this vibe has like a telepathic voice. And this voice directs you in all of your ways. And that's who you're meant to be. And you're literally flying. And that's your power, your wings. You have wings. So that you're the story of Maleficent. Some jerk took your wings, cut them. And you have this power in your hands. And you have the hands of God. This means that what you do is holy. Your thumb, something about your thumb being super powerful as well. And you have two wings that are two horses. That's your power. And you fly, and you block people from coming. Let's say that you are under the dominion of the WWW, World Wide Web, or the Wicked Witch of the West. Okay, let's say that you are full of hopelessness, negativity, hopeless negativism, sorrow, sadness, bitterness. The kingdom of heaven will not allow you to come there, because what happens in heaven is if I connect with you, you're supposed to give me a power or a joy. I can connect with you and you will teach me how to paint or become an oracle or become something, because that's your gift. You have a gift of God. And I come to you and think about you and you give me a gift. That's the only purpose of being separated from each other. Likewise, when you connect with me, you become an oracle. You will hear and see God, because that's what I give out. But if I connect with you and I get depression, suicide, sadness, then I won't want to think about you. And I will literally block you from me. Not because I don't like you or because I don't love you, but because we have to unload our camel, and we have to realize that the object of the reptilian mind control is to keep us in that mindset, so we do not know how to shift realities. We do not step into our power, and we believe so wholeheartedly that we are sad. We don't even know that many of our feelings and thoughts don't even come from us. But we believe it so strongly because when we connect with other people who are also in this world, they have sadness, they have anger, they have depression, they have hopelessness, and we think about them and we adopt their energies, and it feels like us so much that we believe it. So we bring it on ourselves. This is the scarecrow. We take on the sins of the world like the Christ on the cross, right? But you are a wall. And the people under this wall cannot go over the wall. They have to go through the belly, the womb of the Mother Mary. You give them the milk of manna. You have milk coming out that is the milk of manna. And this is the mother's milk. When the children that are here that are lost drink from the mother's milk, it is manna. It is a white energy that is like the white Holy Spirit. Manna is a supernatural energy that can enter anything, and even inanimate objects, like a burning bush. So, you are the manna, you are the hands of God, you are the flight, you are the rainbow, and when you step into who you are, you will transcend the deception, and you will become this, and people will move through your body like a body of time. And all of these angels are just standing around. All these people standing around with their hands folded, waiting for the transcendence to occur, to come out of bed and to say, all right, I agree that I might be under mind control. I'm going to stop believing anything I feel now. I'm actually going to I'm going to die before I die. What does it feel like to die? Well, you feel nothing. You believe nothing. So go ahead and do that, right? So you also have a light coming out of your hand, and it's a beam of like electricity, like this. And then it has this fire, and you ignite a fire onto the world where they begin to feel the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is a flame and a fire. You have a boat anchor. A boat anchor is a symbol. It goes to Dr. John Dee. It goes to a Solomon. It's a seal of Solomon. And it has a meaning to it. I'm not exactly sure what it means, but the boat anchor on your belly is about teaching people not to anchor their energy into lies. And so when Jesus says, the kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can follow me to the living waters, this is really a secret of using your mind and your heart like a portal to shift timelines to a place where heaven is already among you because it's within you. And this is what this piece is telling you also. Here you are seated, and you are under a blanket. You're still in the realm of sadness or something like that. But it's not necessarily your fault. These reptilians are using some sort of frequency. And so you need to fight back by getting an electromagnetic, an EMF shield. Listen to 963 hertz frequency. Listen to meditations. Use the Expecto Patronum thing and spell from Harry Potter. This means listen to comedy. Laugh at yourself, laugh at the world. Don't listen to yourself, because the self that talks to you may be the self that was a program to keep you in the program. So in order to flip timelines, it takes a couple of things. So there's a lion here. And this is the sun. This is a tower. And this is like, if you want to call it judgment. Thank you so much. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. Please follow Streganana, please, everyone. Thank you so much for this. So this is an electronic table. This goes into Scientology. The Scientologists believe that Xenu was put into an electronic holographic world, and it's a simulation. It's not real. And that is what I'm seeing here. But anyway, you have the power to transcend it through your hair, through your thoughts, through your hands, through the sun, through mudras. And you have the power to, let me read what my favorite thing to read is. My favorite, let me find my book. Oh, is that it? That's not it. Oh, here it is. You are the crown of creation. See, you're holding a crown there. So basically the crown is learning how to use your mind, a laser point energy to see a sun in the cave of Brahma of your brain through 0 point centering. 0 point centering means you must believe that you're nothing and yet everything. When you become nothing, you become everything. Okay. And so you will learn how to maybe use your mind to push a light out of yourself and make it larger until it envelops the world. And then you may get into the mystery schools where you begin to understand that behind every pleasure and every pain is a sacred geometrical shape. So if you want to come out of the world of pain, we have to focus on sacred geometrical shapes in our imagination around our body. And this includes the cave of Brahma. It includes understanding your torus field looks like a tornado, and how to protect yourself from manipulations outside of yourself. See yourself in a Merkaba. Make it full of light. Form a grid of life design around your head to clear all blockages and all negativity by activating sacred geometry within your imagination. Instead of thinking about how you feel, meditate on sacred geometry. When you're thinking of the World Wide Web or the Wicked Witch of the West, it's really talking about the internet or an invisible grid that is a prison. So when we become a master of the net, we begin to understand that the icosahedron is a net that is called the net of jewels. When we begin to understand the 5 platonic solids and how they can create pleasure for you, you will begin to envision pleasure shapes around your house and your body. And so you're going to have to use your imagination, and also cleanliness is next to godliness. So clean your house, clean your car, clean your diet, clean your relationships, and cut people out who are a mirror of the reptilian mind control. And start going into a cocoon, recapitulating your past, and using comedy and joy as a way to cut yourself out of the old world, but also to shift yourself through a proper timeline and into the proper body of the proper God. So behind every pleasure and every pain is a sacred geometrical shape. Geo means earth, metra is measurement. And all of these platonic solids are connected to your torus field. Your torus field is like a tornado, but it also looks like an apple. So ask yourself why the Apple iPhone has a bite out of it. The Apple iPhone emits positive ions, and your heart needs negative ions. So look that up. Look up negative ions versus positive ions and how it affects mental health. The star tetrahedron is what your astral body looks like. It's a Merkaba, and astral means a star. And so your tetrahedron turns into fire. This is the dragon that's in your piece. Imagine the dragon, and the dragon will help you to activate your rainbow light body. The Gospel of Philip says that when we are illuminated from the inside out, the dark ones, like the reptilian wicked witch or the wicked witch of the west or the invisible net, cannot see us or detain us. This is the act of going through the eye of the needle. We will not be seen or detained. If we have emotions that are giving us an identity that has pain to it, we will be seen, we will be detained. So think of Atreyu from the never-ending story that went past the two oracles. You cannot enter heaven unless you have the heart of a child. The heart of a child lives in the moment. So the heart of a child, the oracle hears the voice of God and obeys the voice of God. So when you become an oracle, the two angels, which are also oracles, will not, because you are them. So if you are them, they won't see you. This is the secret of going through the eye of the needle. And so the crystallization of the Holy Spirit manifesting within your flesh makes you understand that you aren't just you. You are half flesh, half spirit. And this spirit will make you invisible. Becoming invisible is how you escape an old self, an old timeline, and an old paradigm which no longer serves you or your higher self. So there are many different, if you want to optimize your spiritual destiny, you're going to want to strengthen your ability to form your own reality. And so strengthening your own reality is by maybe envisioning the double dodecahedron around your entire body. I encourage you to watch Sacred Geometry on Gaia, which would tell you all about this. And you'll understand the power of your mind and how when you believe what other people believe, including religions, you will go into their world. But it's not for us to believe anything anyone else believes. Our job is to believe our higher self, and by extension, the Holy Spirit, and by extension, God. Your Christ consciousness is the light of the sun. And and envisioning an energetic field around you is going to require you to learn how to use your energetic muscles. It's an energy field that must be practiced every day. And so we have to learn how to do this, how to practice becoming the energetic field. Every human has the ability to affect the material world via sacred geometry. The flame that ignites above our heads is a crown. When we become twice born, we are the crown of creation. We are asleep, which is the piece of you that's in a bed, sleeping. We must awaken divine consciousness because we are the crown of creation. We are the creators. And if we allow our creative mind to get entangled with the deception, which is the reptilian mind control, then we are under the wicked witch of the west, and we are forsaking our power and forsaking our greatness. So you are very great. You are a flyer, and you are not alone. You have a male energy, and you also have an older female there, and the dragon is the fire. So you're going through the fire, and the fire is going to push you. So think of the movie Avatar. The main character on Avatar said, how do I fight my dragon, or how do I get my dragon? And she says, it will try to kill you. Yes, the dragon will try to kill you. Why? Because they want you to die before you die. Let go of your beliefs, let go of your emotions, and then suddenly begin to hear the voice of God like a little spark. Let this spark grow and rebirth you into not only a new self, but eventually back into your original divine destiny. So you're under the rainbow, and this man is telling you to drink water, living waters. Open your heart chakra. Protect yourself with a knife. Forgiveness is not a kind act. Everyone is a mirror of you. So anyone who is not a mirror of God, cut them out and start to do the things that I just told you here. Because you have a block, and the block is a tower. And the tower is a place. And this place is the body of a God. And the body of a God is either pain, pleasure, or not. So if we want to come out of the pain, we have to get out of that body by breaking the heart of that God. And John talks about this a lot. How do you break the heart? Is you don't believe anything, and you only listen to the Holy Spirit. Not religion, not anything anyone says. You begin to hear the voice of God and obey it. So if God tells you to envision sacred geometry or get into crystals or sun gazing or whatever, you just do it. What I was told when I first went through an awakening was to listen to binaural beats. Then I was told to clean. I went 2 years cleaning my attic, cleaning my house, cleaning my car, cleaning my yard, my mailbox. And I went through so much cleaning, it was ridiculous. I began to hear God. Cleanliness is next to godliness because our action is a prayer. And so when we begin to clean our diet, clean our relationships, clean our thoughts and our emotions, these actions are a prayer. And it shifts our realities like you wouldn't believe. So watch your actions. Your actions must align with your intention. And once this happens, you will learn the art of shifting timelines and realities and get out of this place. It is a false reality. It is a lie. It will serve its purpose, though. And the purpose of it is if you can awaken and if you can hear the voice of God, you will not only escape it, but you will teach others how to escape, how to grow their wings back and their power back. So you're very, very powerful. And I will say this, the dark ones, oh, they want you to stay in the illusion. Oh, yes. But here's the secret. Illuminate yourself with joy, and the dark ones will no longer be able to see you, psychically attack you, or do anything to you. But here's the other secret. Your double may tell you, hey, there's a frequency out there, and this frequency is a mind control, and you need to protect yourself from it. Let me show you what I wear over my head all the time. It is an EMF blocker that I bought from Amazon. So let me go over there and get it really quick. It's this. You wear it over your head. It blocks EMF. I think I paid $50 for it. It really, if you put your phone in it and try to call it, it will not call your phone. It blocks all EMF. I sleep with it at night. It helps me to dream. I can hear things and see things much clearer. I can have interactions and do things much better. So I encourage you to purchase that and do that, because look and see what's above your head. Every guru in history, including Christ, always had a cloak over their head. Mary has a cloak over her head. You have a crown over your head. We must protect ourselves from frequency mind control. And sometimes frequency mind control is listening to binaural beats, listening to high frequency songs and joyful things, and realizing that you are the crown and that your mind is a highly advanced organic machine that can do miraculous things. And there are beings who know that. And so we must protect it. Most religious people always protect their heads, whether it's the Pope or whatever. These head protections seem to be important. Okay, so let's see what you have to say. Oh, you have a EMF little disc on your phone, Queen Karma? Wow, that's so cool. Hello. I just noticed that your grandmother or somebody, even if they show up in your piece, it doesn't mean that they're deceased. Because you're here. You're not deceased. This woman is coming forward to tell you that you must ignite the 8th flame above your head. So they say we have 7 chakras. The 8th chakra is eternal life. And that here you have one side of the 8 down here, one side of the 8 up here. To make these two come together is a story that's told time and time again with Osiris. Osiris's body was cut 14 times, 7 for her, 7 for him. The bottom part of Osiris is the land of Oz, Oz, Iris. The land of Oz is darkness, ignorance. The land of Iris is the goddess of the rainbow. When Oz meets Iris and they come together, this is flesh and spirit. These are the 2 rings of power. The 2 rings of power reflect the divine marriage, male and female, flesh and spirit. It makes the number 8. When Osiris's 14 pieces, 7 and 7, come together, this is the number of the Holy Spirit. It's the number 14. So this story is told in a myriad of ways and millions of times. Like Yeshua is Yah-Shua. Yah is moon. Shua is the ray of the sun, like a rainbow. So we move through Yeshua or Osiris. And once these two come together, a power awakens within you. And you begin to hear God. And once you obey God, you become really powerful. And you really just kind of live in peace and harmony at that point, because right now I'm just living in peace and harmony. My world is amazing. I love it. Now I can look outside my window and I can see sadness, bitterness, anger, or whatever. But for the most part, things are really balancing out in my life. You love my life. Oh, I love my life. We should say that more often. I love my life. Is this really the best we can do TikTok videos? I mean, aren't there any communities? We are starting YouTube videos, YouTube communities. The reason I ask you guys to subscribe to me is because me and John and a myriad of other people are wanting to branch away from TikTok. And we are wanting to form communities. And here's the thing. I don't like cults. It is never my intention for you to believe anything I say. My job, and I always reiterate this, I could be wrong, number 1. Number 2, I like to have the heart of a child, which means I can change my mind and live in the moment. Maybe I have an opinion today. Maybe tomorrow the opinion changes, whatever. I don't want to start a cult of belief. What I would like is for subscribers and for people who are realizing that we have a power to shift realities, that we do form a community. I like that word, community, and kind of make it lead us to a place where we branch out, basically. And even my husband said today, how would you like for me to try to get you on Joe Rogan or Russell Brand or whatever? And I was like, I don't know. I want to be ready for it. And John and I are talking about it. We want to be on a podcast, and we want to be able to talk about these things. The problem with a podcast is, this is what I do. It's visual, right? We do record all these videos on my YouTube channel, Mary Moses Art, but I'm willing to take suggestions because I know that I am dismayed by this app. I have a lot of impersonators, and I have reported them for the last year, and not one report has even been looked at. And these impersonators not only take my face, my name, but they try to take money from you guys and take your personal information. So I have a big issue with this app. So whatever you guys think, I'm willing to go along with it. And I've considered just not doing this at all anymore, because it's very rude, to take all of my good work and turn it into something bad and not even help me out at all. And I've had many people report these same people, and they don't do anything about it, not anything. So I think that they're in on it because they're Asian, the people who are impersonating me. So I don't know. I'm just going to go with the flow. I'm not going to worry about it, but I'm definitely trying to branch away from this app. The only reason I stay on this app is because most of my followers are here, and when I try to go on YouTube, I rarely have any kind of following at all. It'll be amazing if I get 10 likes on one video. Here, I get way more of an audience. So you can subscribe here, and you can follow me on YouTube. You guys have complete access to me. I always give you my text number for appropriate texting and everything. John and I were talking about it today. We want to form a community, and we want you guys to be part of it for sure. Absolutely. And if it's y'all's idea to come up with this community thing, then it's meant to be. I totally vibe with that. Maybe help us out, because we have no clue. Here's what I'm good at. I'm good at creating, hearing the voice of God, and being an oracle. I am a creator. I make all kinds of fancy creative stuff. John, he's really good at research and really good at teaching. Where my weaknesses, finding apps and programs that would be more appropriate for our gifts. I'm very weak at that. And so if we had someone who was good at it, then we'd be all for it. Especially if someone could promote us. We would be all for it. Because that's my weakness. It's funny because I'm going to go see Teresa Caputo tomorrow in Pensacola, and this is about getting out on the stage and bringing what we know into the light for those who are stuck in their head and want their little magical child to come out and learn how to create a magical world outside of mind control. Oh, thank you, Queen Karma. Yay! So, Jenny, I hope that this helped you and encouraged you that you're not alone, and that really there's a lot of frequencies that are inundating your body right now. And just protect yourself and drink clean water and eat the right food, and you are being helped. You are not alone. But this number 7 on Mother Mary is saying that there are 2 places of number 7. One is the 7 that is a prison, and the other one is Iris, the goddess of the rainbow. And so step into your power, my darling. You have a lot of it. You have one of the biggest hands I've seen in my readings. And why aren't you using your power? Jesus said you can be as powerful as him and more. According to your reading, wow. If there's anyone that I'd want to heal me, it would be you. You have that power in your hands. You should be focused on that. Spend all of your time and energy becoming the Ancient One from Dr. Strange. Because if I had that power, that's what I would do. I wouldn't be worried about this world or even my own feelings. I would be like, wait a minute. I can raise the dead? Wait a minute. You're telling me I can heal children of cancer? You're telling me that I can walk into the room and use my energy in hand because I am also the extension in hand of God and literally transform things like a miracle? Oh, Cherie. Maybe. Don't doubt it. Now, Jenny knows that I need to do an introduction for John. John is going to be coming live here in about 5 minutes. And John is going to be teaching us about some very significant things. What we're wanting to do is begin a class that is class 1, class 2, class 3. Next week, he's going to give you guys a workbook that you can print out. All of these lives are recorded onto our YouTube channel, and John and I work together. I am the invisible. I see the invisible voice of God. I see the dead. I see spirit guides. I see where you come from and where you're going. I see timelines. I see lower timelines and higher timelines. John sees things in the physical. So if you have a logical mind, you're going to want to listen to John. If you're like me and you see the invisible, you'll listen to me. We work together. We literally have a hard time working apart from each other, but we always come to the same conclusion. Now, sometimes John and I might not agree. Or maybe we'll have a difference of opinion. Or maybe it's something that we have to ponder. I'm totally fine with that. I love a difference of opinion. I love us talking without the accusing spirit or without being so strong in our beliefs that we're like, no. I always say I could be wrong because I never want to be like, I'm right, you're wrong. I'm big, you're little. I never, ever, ever, my love, you and I are in the same timeline experiencing these frequencies. Some frequencies may be a manipulation, I don't know, but you may be right. I may be crazy, but it may just be a lunatic you're looking for. So let me see if I can find if John is here, right? Say, I know nothing, I hear nothing, I see nothing. What does Zoltan have to say?
A solitary midnight breeze blows and the grass does not stir. Yet for you at this moment, the answer will be yes. Sleep has stirred humankind's greatest accomplishments.
Sleep has stirred mankind's greatest accomplishments. Isn't that interesting? That is so interesting. So, if you missed our last class, John discussed the power of observation. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Yaya. I love you. The power of observation is realizing that your higher self has the ability to communicate through music in a myriad of ways. The outer world communicates with you. When we become observant of this, we may observe our inner world as well, and how our inner world can also hear God, and you can hear God outside of yourself also. Now, who is God? God is a body of time. And if you are in the body of a time that doesn't serve you, and it's chaos, and it's a jerk, and it's causing trouble, then perhaps, learn the art of observance, learn the art of observation, learn the art of creation, how to create and use your actions to create the reality that you want. And then you'll shift timelines. Shifting timelines is a video that I just posted. Becoming the oracle, how to use your mind as an oracle so that you can become a remote viewer, so that you can see principalities and powers behind the physical deception. If you want to, you say you're going to date someone, you don't know who they are. They seem nice. They have a little cling on their teeth, little sparkle on their eye. They're so nice. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. All right. Listen, we don't fight flesh and blood. We fight principalities and powers. Some people are asleep. So you have to learn how to use your mind like an oracle and see through other people's eyes and know how to use your mind like the golden compass. Meet them on the spirit realm. See who they really are. Because we have to know we have to see the invisible and the visible. And this is who John and I are. I'm the invisible. He's the visible. So here's John. With that said, I'm Mary Moses, the invisible oracle, and this is John. John is the visible oracle that will help you guys to understand both of these worlds, like a mirror. Welcome, John.
Hi, guys.
So good to see you.
Good to see you guys too. I apologize. I'm like literally just eating now. Today we're gonna go over something. So we have a little bit of a change of a plan. So last week we talked about continuing on with the zodiac wheel and how it correlates with the letters and the sounds of the letters, especially our vowels, right? In order to talk about renaming ourselves, right? To give us that fourth piece that's missing. In preparing for that, I realized that we're not done yet with what we started out with last week. There's a lot more to it. And so today we're going to talk about what else there is to it. And literally, this now will give us a lot more specificity in terms of what we need to do, how we need to do it, and what that looks like. So I'm very excited. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. This is one of those situations where so this is what happens with me. I'll start to do something, like anything in my life, my daily job to whatever, right? And I will see or hear something that all of a sudden all these connections start happening in my mind. And when it happens, it's like a raging rapids, like it's like a river rapids, and so I start writing it all down so that I get it, so I have it down on paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
That kept on happening when it came to what we're going to talk about today. And there is so much to this that if you guys liked last week, this week is like a whole nother level. I am honestly somewhat overwhelmed at what we're going to cover today. So bear with me. I put it together in a way that I think will be logical for everybody. But if there are holes and or pieces that are not 100%, forgive me, because this is this continued through last night, but it's too cool to save till next week. I can't even do it. So we're going to talk about it today. We're going to dive straight in. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is John Michael. Mary did a great little introduction there. Mary, Moses, and I, the reason we like to do these things together is because, like Mary was saying, part of our mission here as a human on Earth in this lifetime specifically, right, during this ascension cycle, is about collecting all of the pieces that have been cut away from us and reconnecting them. And so what that looks like in terms of different people is, okay, John has the ability to connect the dots once they're on paper, but only after they're on paper. Literally, we talked about this before. Mary will pull things out of the invisible, put it on paper, and then she passes the baton to me. I connect the dots, and then I pass the baton on to the next person. So that's kind of what this is all about. And that's why Mary and I like to do this together. We have very different insights from different angles, and they're both equally sound and important because she sees a whole nother realm that I cannot, and vice versa. Until we have awareness to it, then we both can see it. So, oh my God, I can't even stand it. This is going to be so awesome today, you guys. Okay, here we go. So, first thing, there are a handful of things that I would like everybody that it would facilitate for these lives when Mary and I do these live classes. So, moving on, I came on after a few minutes, Mary. So correct me if you've already said this. After today, what we're going to do, starting on our next live, we're going to have a list of pages to print out ahead of time. That way, it'll be easier for you guys to take notes and follow along. It will also, and then my goal is to also have kind of like worksheets where it's kind of fill in the blank and has pictures and stuff, so you could just print up the lesson if you want to, follow along, and then fill in the blanks with your notes. That way it will facilitate the learning, and then also you'll have the notes ahead of time. Because, for example, I didn't really think about this. So I loaded up the notes that we used from last week's lesson, but the lesson was on YouTube and the notes are on TikTok. So so I was like, oh, we gotta make this easier for folks. So starting next week, that's what you can expect. This week, again, take notes as you see fit. This will be recorded and be available on YouTube. And all of the materials that we go over today, I will make available. I'm going to have a specific file on my TikTok page, and Mary will have it on hers as well, I'm sure, where it will show you the exact materials and visual aids for each lesson for each week. Did I miss anything, Mary? I think that's
well, there were people asking about forming a community outside of TikTok because it's almost as if there's a perception of TikTok that's kind of like Mickey Mouse or Lollipop. And I was saying, well, I would love to. I don't know exactly where or how, but this is what we were talking about earlier, is literally forming some sort of class community, not only on TikTok, but really giving an avenue or a portal outside of TikTok.
Yeah, I think that's great. So right now, guys, while Mary and I are, we just kind of started talking about this literally today. The home base, if something happens to TikTok with, suddenly, home base will be Mary's other YouTube page. Okay. And then, but we're going to work on getting something together in the meantime so that we can meet somewhere else that would be a more professional classroom setting, but at the same time, us be able to have fun and do it how we've been doing. So anything else, Mary, before we get started?
Nope, all good.
Okay. All right. First things first. So as always, we're going to start out with a little song because you guys know how I do. Now, here's what I mean with the being a little bit overwhelmed. What I'm talking about specifically is not having everything right in front of me prepared, ready to go. So hang in there with me while I pull this song up. So there is a song. There's actually several songs with this title. But there's one in particular that I would like for you guys to listen to. And the song is called Heart of Stone. There's a very specific reason that I want you to listen to this. So we're going to start out. I just want you guys to listen to the lyrics. It actually has the lyrics on this YouTube video too also. So I'm going to turn my camera around and I'm going to have you guys read the lyrics of this. And I want you to, this is where the observation skills come in. So listen to what they say, pay attention to the words, and then keep it in there because we're going to use it. Okay, here we go. How do I? I don't. How do I? You know what? We're just going to do it like this. Is it backwards?
Yeah.
All right. See, this is where John still doesn't have his stuff together. How do I flip the
So you go to more, I think. Hold on.
More settings. No, wait. More clear display, add widget, background player. I feel like they changed this.
They may have. Go onto the house on the right-hand corner under the power button, under that little house. It should be there should be a place that can flip the camera. You know what? They moved it.
They did. Where is it? Damn it.
Hold on. I'm gonna find it for you. Has to be under settings. It has to.
Oh wait, here I got it. Settings. Yep. Okay. I got it.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. All right, here we go.
Changes the restless tide, untamable. finally fall. But I took your hand from his heart withstand, and he blazed you through my way. 'Cause something inside it solidified, and I knew I'd always stay. You can build me up, you can tear me down, you can try, but I'm unbreakable. You can do your best, but I'll stand and test. You'll find that I'm unshakable. When the fires burst, when the wind is blown, when the waters dry, you'll still find stone. My heart of stone. You say we're perfect, a perfect family. You hold us close for the world to see. And when I say you're the only one I've ever loved, I mean those words truthfully. But I know without my son, your love could disappear. I know it isn't fair, but I don't care, 'cause my love will still be here. You can build me up, you can tear me down, you can try, but I'm unbreakable. You can do your best, but I'll stand the test. You'll find that I'm unshakable. When the fires burn and the wind has blown, the waters dry, you'll still find stone. My heart of stone.
Okay. Okay. So we had a lot of things going on in that song, right? Obviously, the person that's singing it will do absolutely anything for the other person. And we have a lot of different components, a lot of very specific words were selected, a lot of evidence of different elements. Who is singing this song, and who are they singing this song to? Let's see what you guys think in the comments. What do you think, Mary? Who's singing this song based on what we know and what we've discussed in previous weeks?
The heart of stone is, and breaking the heart of stone goes back to the Tin Man. And in alchemy, it's about taking the heart of stone of someone who is kind of asleep and awakening them through the alchemical process and turning the heart of stone into a real heart. That's my understanding in alchemy.
Love it. Absolutely 1,000,000%. What else do we have? Grandmother Anna, me, God, Mother Eden Garden. Okay, good. So here's the thing, and again, guys, remember when we talk about when this awakening is all about learning what questions are reflective of who you are. It's not about the answers. We all have our own answers because we're all different, right? So it's about finding the questions. So remember, there's no right or wrong answer to any of these questions. I ask these questions as a point of doing something habitual until it becomes a habit, so that you do it automatically. So what if I told you that, for the sake of this lesson, just as one example and based on what we talked about, that the person that's singing this song is Anger Boda. the she-wolf witch that lives in Ironwood, which is basically like, it's not a nice place. It's scary. She's supposed to be evil. And see those pups behind her? Those are wolves. One of the wolves is Fenrir, who the gods chained up with these magical fetters, which is like a rope, and keep him imprisoned. He's stationed in Libra. They use his power, have him chained up. Angerboda lives in Ironwood, and she has a rune that's called Ak, AC, and it also represents an oak tree. An oak tree gets struck by lightning more than any other tree. Okay, and oak trees also produce acorns, which you can think of for this lesson as the seed of life. Okay, and the oak tree, and if it gets struck by lightning, and you think of lightning coming from Thor, right, the god of thunder and lightning, what if she is reaching her oak tree up so that every time Thor strikes, it hits her and not her babies, because she knows they're somewhere down on the ground and trapped.
That makes so much sense.
This song is Mama singing it to her babies that were taken from her and imprisoned. And she's still taking pain and suffering over and over and over in hopes that she sees them again, because that's how much she loves them. The heart of stone is Angerboda's bleeding heart that has turned to ash, but it keeps on reviving and it won't die. Okay? Keep that thought as we move forward. Mary, what are you seeing after that?
I just felt so strongly to bring forward that her entire energy. I feel so strongly about this, that this is so true, that because I've showed you one of my most significant pieces that I didn't understand was this woman being struck by lightning. I did this piece years ago. She's being struck by, but what's below her? Children. And the pregnant women and the little children, all the little children are under her, and she is being torn in two, struck by lightning.
And she's doing
Yes.
Yep, she's doing that, and she's taking the pain and she's taking the hit because she loves her children so much. Yeah. What if I told you guys? I don't know if anybody even saw, so I made a last minute TikTok. I like to, like the day of these lives, I like to make a little last minute one because I'm so damn excited I can't see straight, right? And I'm nuts. So I put one out there, and it had a bunch of different, it had like 9 different pictures, and it was very strategic pictures and a very strategic song to go with it. And it said at the top, what if this entire time we've been afraid of the good guy? I think Angerboda, mother of she-wolves, we already talked about wolves, right? Who are wolves? Us. We're the wolves that they turned into little lambs to follow the shepherd. I think Angerboda is Mother Earth and our mother, who is protecting us as best she can. But there's more to it. So here's where we go from here. The lyrics in the song give clues on a hidden process that takes place all throughout our life, right? Just like the cycle of the seasons is a cycle that repeats itself over and over, right? That's what our life consists of. There's a hidden process that also is going on. We just need to know what parts to look at so that we can observe it and figure it out. That's what we're going to do today. We're going to find out what this hidden process is that is going on behind the scenes for our mother who is protecting us, and we are going to make some changes so that things kind of go unexpectedly unplanned all of a sudden. So it's going to be awesome. So there's this hidden process is a process that literally happens to keep us imprisoned. This is the process that keeps us here, okay? So how do you turn a heart to stone? Okay, well, before you answer that, what if I spelled heart H-A-R-T instead of H-E-A-R-T?
Tree.
Heart, yes, you hit it. So you know how I said last week that a heart was or a stag, the antlers of the stag, those are tree branches. Think of a tree. All right,
John, can I say something to you?
please,
I was literally going to text this to you today.
please.
I was going to tell you, hey, guess what, John? Atreyu is a tree is you.
Yep. hmm In Norse mythology, they made the first man and woman from trees. An ash tree was the first man, an elm tree was the first woman. We're getting into that today. So, if you turn a heart into stone, and a heart is wood of a tree, right? How do you turn wood into stone? You petrify it. You petrify it. And you petrify it in a specific sequence using elements that they had in the song. When the wind blows, salty wind that has water in it. So like wind near the sea, you can turn wood into stone.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so wait, there's more. I got goosebumps everywhere.
Me too.
So one of the things we're going to be talking about is before we can jump into finding this process, first we have to be like, okay, there are specific steps involved. There's a sequence of steps involving the elements. So that's what we're going to do first, okay? Before we jump into that, to set this up a little bit more so it all flows a little bit easier. Who has seen Hunger Games Catching Fire? Probably everybody, right? So, Mary, in Catching Fire, the second Hunger Games, where Katniss has to go back into that damn arena again with all the other victors, how does she break the veil? The veil meaning the arena or the false reality.
The arrow.
What else?
The string that's connected to the arrow. The clock.
What else? What are they waiting for? At where does she shoot the arrow?
At the grid above her.
At the grid above her, but what is pointing to the right part of the grid?
The tree.
The tree that gets struck by lightning.
How do they know this stuff? Who knows this stuff?
They listen. This is what I mean about media, movies, guys. So we all know that there's a universal law that I've heard someone say, well, you guys, no one ever kills you. You guys kill yourself. It's true because we're giving our free will away, not knowing we're in control of it. We control everything in our mind. That's why they go to these lengths. But part of the rules is that they have to manipulate it because if they could scare us into being afraid of us using our own senses, that's how it goes. So they put these things right in front of our faces for our senses to see, and we don't do anything about it. That's how it's allowed to continue, okay? When I tell you the Hunger Games is and that's not the only movie. There are so many movies that are so significant, but pertaining to what we're talking about today, extra the Hunger Games. So in that part of the movie, they decide that they go to the tree, and the tree has a lightning strike at a specific hour, okay? And when that happens, Katniss is going to shoot the arrow up at the top of the tree with a wire or a rope, right? That will take the electricity from the lightning strike, hit it, and it busts the tree wide open, and that brings the whole grid down, okay? That's what we're going to talk about now. And before we move on, I've got another song. So now that we've talked about this, okay, there is a specific song from the Hunger Games that I want everyone to listen to now that we just talked about that. Okay, here we go. Sorry. It's not Grease.
What a pain in the... Hey, neighbor! Are you coming to the tree? They strung up a man, they say, who murdered 3. Strange things that happen here, the stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree? Are you coming to the tree where death may call down for his love to flee? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange things did happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the
This is supposed to be Rope.
of hope, side by side with me? Strange things that happen here, no stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange.
Okay, so that's good for right now. Who's got goosebumps yet?
I knew I loved that song.
Okay,
John,
yeah, okay.
can I tell you something really quick? An oak
Please,
tree
please,
told
that's
me
what
to
this is all about, baby. Let it rip.
Yeah, woo! Aha! An oak tree told me to go sit out under the tree at night, and when I went under the tree, I slept under this tree in a swing, and I fell asleep, and these deer came by and woke me up, and when I woke up, there was not a shooting star. I don't know what it was. It was a blazing ball of light that was right above the tree lines across the sky, and I was like, what? There's something about this. I am a tree woman. I am known as a tree woman. They've called me the tree woman. I am the tree woman. I've been a tree woman for 12, 15 years.
Let me tell you something. The first time I ever saw any kind of symbolism in anything was when I was in first grade. I was on the potty, going to the bathroom in my house in California, and my door of the bathroom, has the wood, swirls and stuff. I saw a face in that wood. The same way, Mary, that you see things from charcoal. The reason you see that in charcoal is because charcoal has the hexagonal and it creates magnetic scalar waves. Wood has something called W waves. They're magnetic scalar waves. You could see the same things in wood as you can in crystals, as you can in charcoal. So that's probably your pull to trees because because of your amazing ability. So here's the deal. She calls it a hanging tree. Hanging tree. I have to say, I took a peek. I can't usually read the comments, but Gigi Picasso, you got it, girl. You hit it more than one thing. One of the comments that Gigi Picasso made was, it mentioned the hangman. The hangman card in tarot, he's hanging from a tree upside down. So let's start out with what we know from this song. There's a lot going on in this song, right? So we don't start with what we don't know. We start with what we know. Here's what we know. Number one, the tree is important, right? It has something to do with lightning, and it has some kind of connection to us inherently, right? Number two, there's a bow and arrow involved, right? We've talked about the bow and arrow before, right? Number three, there is something to do with something attached to the arrow. In the Hunger Games, it was a wire, or it could be rope, or could it be the same kind of fetters that they tied up the wolf Fenrir with? Number four, the timing is important because the lightning strikes it at a specific time on the clock. What time does she tell you to meet you at the hanging tree?
Midnight.
Midnight. Remember that. Okay? So that's what we know, right? Okay, what do we even do? How do we get the rest? How do we fill in all those missing pieces? This is how.
We watch Back to the Future. The clock struck at midnight.
I adore you. So this is what we do, guys. We get the runes to help us. Okay? So here's what I'm going to ask everyone to do. You know, hang on a second. I got to turn on this light. For the sake of today, don't worry about this today. Like I said, this is one of the reasons why Mary and I talked about this, because at a time like this is perfect timing for you guys to have this information in front of you. So if you guys have the ability to pull it up separate, great. If not, don't worry about it right now. But what this is these are called runes. Okay, this comes from the people of the North, the Scandinavian countries of the North. Now, there are usually what you'll hear about most of the time is they call it the Elder Futhark runes. Okay, it's made up of 3 sets of 8 runes. So 1, 2, 3 times 8 is 24. All right. They teach those openly, but then there's this mysterious set. Okay. This set, there's another 9 runes. All right. And this one, they have one book says one thing, one book says another thing. And I was like, okay, this is where the action's at, because everything differs. Remember I talked about when you're looking to find patterns, truths are easy to find because the patterns are there, right? When they change things up, that's how you know that it's something important, because they want to really distract you. There's something about this et. Okay. Oh, that's the other thing. Runes, they're formed into families. All right. So the shapes and the angles of each one of these runes are significant, and the order is also significant. Okay. Therefore, each set of 8 is called an et, A-E-T-T, which means family. Each et has a name. So this first et is the Feyu et. This is just called the Hagalas et, and this is Tyr's et. This one's called the Jatnar or Jatnar et. And the reason why this is all over the place is because the giants, okay, are the bad guys in this story, and the gods save us from the giants. The giants represent chaos. The gods represent civilization. But we talked before, define chaos. Chaos just means they can't be controlled, right? Same thing with wolves. Wolves are feared because they can't be controlled. That's why they tied the biggest, baddest one up. So if these are the runes of the giants, then this is what we want to look at. And the giants live in the east, okay? And guess what world is in the east? Ironwood. That's where Angerboda lives. There we go. That's where we're jumping into. So, having said that, let me turn this back around. On we move to the rest of our lesson. Are you excited yet?
I'm connecting so many dots. Odin hanged on the tree.
Please chime in. I chime in, please.
I mean, Odin hanged on the tree, and the tree is connected to Christ, the story of Christ. It's connected to so many stories. Shamans say that that our soul looks like the soul of a tree, and then if you watch Divine or read the book of Dante's Divine Comedy, suicides, their soul goes into a tree. Well, did Odin commit suicide on a tree, or did he just was it suicide?
So here's the thing, Odin. So let's talk about the word suicide, okay?
Okay.
In terms of what we're talking about here, we're going to define suicide as killing your old etheric self and replacing it with a new one. Okay, the old one is attached to a tree or attached to a cross made out of wood from a tree.
Okay.
Okay, so this is what Odin did. I'm literally going to read it to you. So what's really interesting about Norse mythology is that there's something that's called the the Poetic Edda, all right? And it's basically, it's poetry, but it just goes to show you the importance of words and the sequence of words, because poetry has a rhythm to it, and it's a rhythm of words, right? So what Odin did was he hung on here. Okay, this is from the Poetic Edda. Wounded. This is Odin talking. All right. Odin is the leader of the gods, so you could think of him as the head Anunnaki that trapped us here. Wounded, I hung on a wind-swept gallows for 9 long nights, pierced by a spear, pledged to Odin, offered myself to myself. The wisest know not of whence spring the roots of that ancient tree. So this is what he did. He hung himself upside down from his foot, tied his foot to a branch, hung upside down. It says for all nights 9. Okay. What Norse mythology teach you in runes is that they take our chakras and they make it into 9 worlds. You have 5 down the center and 4 out around you that goes around your solar plexus, and we're going to get to that. All right. So he hung on the tree for all nights 9. That means he hung on the tree in each one of those worlds for a night, right? Upside down, and he sacrificed himself to himself. How did he do that? He killed himself with a spear, the same way Christ got killed by the spear of destiny on a piece of wood, right? Except Christ was nailed to the cross and Odin is hanging from the tree. And then what happens is he sees a flash of the abyss where he grabs up a bunch of the runes from basically the 0-point energy field, which is also death, right? Where you go when you're, and then he comes back, he falls down from the tree and he stands back upright. And now he has all this knowledge. It's the same story that happens to Jesus. Jesus gets killed by the spear. He is gone for 3 days and he comes back renewed and enlightened. It's the same story, different words. Okay. You'll find that if you look up, we talked about the Last Supper last week. The 2 gentlemen that represent the 2 fish of Pisces, both killed on a mound or a hill by a spear. The reason, so what that means, whenever you hear of someone dying or committing suicide on a tree or a hill, what that means is that they're changing the function of that symbol, right? They took the northern fish of Pisces, they speared it, reconstructed it, and when it came back, it was Aries. Okay, so the whole thing with giving yourself a new name, your new name represents the new you after you kill this version of yourself. There's not really actual killing. It's metaphorical.
Yeah.
But so you and the old you, what you kill is your energetic template, which is an octagram. That's what the unfolding of the octagram is. You unfold it into its parts, replace the parts with what you want, refold it back up. Now you're Christed. Okay. So the runes. We're going to talk about the runes, but we're going to talk specifically about the Jotnar Et, which are the 9 mysterious runes. The only Et that has 9 versus 8. All right. So what we're going to do first is we're going to talk a little. We're going to make some connections since we went so heavily into the zodiac last week. What we're going to do is we're going to review this very quickly. If you guys want to take a screenshot of this so you have this for this lesson, go for it. So here we go. Excuse me. All right. So this, again, is the zodiac wheel and the stargates, right? There's 12 zodiac signs plus 4 stargates. All right. The zodiac signs start with Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, right? The 4 stargates represent a combination of the 2 signs on either side of it. So this is the fire abyss, right? or the constellation is called the Haro, which is Leo and Virgo. This is the Golden Gate, okay, Ophiuchus, which is Scorpio and Sagittarius. This is called the Water Abyss, which is the constellation Pegasus, Aquarius and Pisces. And then this one is the Silver Gate, which is Orion or Hercules, Taurus and Gemini, okay? We know this, we did this last week. So guess what? Here's the beautiful thing about runes. Wait, 1 second. We're gonna review something real quick before we jump into the runes. So as a reminder, this is just a reminder from last week, all right? Each of the stars, so remember there's 3 levels. The level of the stars is the circle or spirit. The level of the planet is the triangle or the etheric level. And then the square level is us, right? Physical, the physical beings that are in Earth, all right? So we're gonna real quickly go over what the affiliated planets are with the 12 signs. So Aries is Mars, Taurus is Venus, Gemini is Mercury, Cancer is the moon, Leo is the sun, Virgo is Mercury, Libra is Venus, Scorpio is Pluto, Sagittarius is Jupiter, Capricorn is Saturn, Aquarius is Uranus, and Pisces is Neptune, okay? We haven't talked a lot about this either, but here's a sneak peek at some awesome stuff we'll talk about down the road. Remember I said that there's a bunch of forgotten planets, right? That they don't really tell us about, and you have to really search for this stuff. Well, these forgotten planets are the parts that Odin, when he took apart the octagram and replaced it, here's the parts that he threw away, and he replaced it with these. This is what it's supposed to be. This is our original divine form, all right? So some of the forgotten planets that are affiliated with Aries originally, or that location is called Eris, and then also Chiron. For Cancer, the moon replaced Vesta. For Leo, the sun was replaced by Juno and Lilith. Yes, Lilith, you're seeing that correctly. Libra
John.
replaced, yep.
My daughter
Yep.
just commented and said that people are saying in the comments that they cannot see the page, or the page is like a little bit, they can't see the whole page. They want to take a picture of it or
Glaring?
something. Yeah.
I'm sorry, okay.
They want to see she said that people are saying they can't see the whole page or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Hang on 1 second, guys. This is what I mean. This is what I'm talking about with being a little unprepared this week, so my apologies. Remember, guys, that everything is I'm going to post everything, okay, today. So here, take a screenshot of this. So then Scorpio, or Libra is Venus, and Venus replaced Pallas and Maki. Scorpio is Pluto. Pluto replaced Ceres and Haumea. Then we go down to Capricorn. Saturn replaced Pholus. In Aquarius, Uranus replaced Chariklo, and in Pisces we have Neptune, and that replaced Nessus. Okay, well, the centaurs really weren't replacements. We'll get into that, but I wrote that like that for a reason. So take a shot, and like I said, guys, my apologies. I will make sure that is you have access to that. All right, so now, having said that, turn this bad boy back around. All right, and your daughter's name again?
Hannah.
Hannah, that's what I thought. I didn't want to make a mistake. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it, honey. Okay, so now, why are we going over that again if we're talking about runes? Because it just so happens that every single rune has a correlation with a zodiac sign and a correlation with a planet. So here's those correlations. And again, I'm going to go ahead and hold this up. Okay, hang on 1 second, guys. See, this is what I'm talking about, unprepared. My apologies. Okay. So go ahead and screenshot that, and then I'm going to zoom in for a second. All right. So up here it says the zodiac correspondences of the runes that we're going to talk about. All right. This top one is the star signs. So if you guys want to go ahead and take a shot of that a little bit closer. We have Feu, Uruz, Awaz, Algis, Wunyo, Burkano, Tiwaz, Iwaz, Rido, Naudis, Hagalas, and Gibo. All right. And when you see them, they're like, when they're placed like this, 12 around here, it's exact correlation. So what that means is that if Aries is right here, Aries corresponds to Feu. Okay. Taurus corresponds to Uruz. Okay. Then down here, the planets, same deal. Okay. So this is Aries, then this is Aries. All right. So what I did up here is just a little reminder. So I showed you which planets go with which sign. So if this is Aries right here, then that would also be Mars. All right. If this is Taurus right here, that would also be Venus, and so on. Okay. So here are the correspondences. If you want to take a screenshot, go for it.
So hold on just a second, you guys.
Yep.
So there's just a lot of comments where you guys say that you can't see the left side of the page, right? Or you can't see something like it's cut off. And let me see if I can make John have the whole page here.
Well, no, so I'm holding it like this so you can see it closer. That's why when I did this, I said take a screenshot.
Yeah, so you guys are like trying to get our attention, like someone just said, John, stop, exclamation mark. We can't see this, we can't see that. Remember that so take a screenshot when he begins, and then he's going to actually post these papers after on his page so you won't miss anything. I'm going to try to make him go a little bit. Oh, that didn't work. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make him a little bit larger here.
So guys, I'm aware you guys can't see the whole page. So the reason you can't see the whole page is when I go back like this, it's very hard to see. So the reason I'm moving up like this is so you guys can see it. You guys are going to have this whole full page, all right? So that it's just the page itself, and you can zoom in yourself. Just for the sake of this lesson, just have fun and enjoy watching. All of this stuff will be available to you guys, and it will, and also that you could play it back. So don't worry, we're all good, okay? So thank you, Mary, appreciate that. So
thank you.
Planets. All right, so here we have Thurisaz, okay, which is also the rune of Thor's hammer, all right? Thurisaz means thorn. That's important to know for coming up. Then we have Kinaz. Now here's the interesting thing. There is a couple of different planets that we see twice here, right? One of those planets is Venus. Venus codes for Taurus, which is an earth sign, but it also codes for Libra, which is an air sign. That sent red flags up for me, all right? What is the other one? Mercury. Mercury is for Gemini, which is an air sign, but it's also for Virgo, which is an earth sign. So here we have earth and air again. Something's fishy about that to me, all right? And you know what's funny? So Mercury is the messenger, right? And also very left brain. I am a Virgo sun, Gemini moon, and Gemini rising.
Wow.
No wonder I'm nuts. So, okay, here we go. Thurisaz, Kinaz. The Kinaz for Taurus looks like a V. It's turned 90 degrees. Why is it a V? That's because Taurus has horns. Okay? When the horns are curved, it's an indication of spirit or half of a circle. When it's like a V, it's indication of etheric or part of a triangle. Okay? Then we have Ansus, which is Mercury. At the top here, the moon. The moon could be Isa, which is ice, or Laguz, which is water. All right? How do you turn ice into water? You feed it with fire and ice. We'll talk about that. The sun is Soilo. Then we have, again, another Ansus, which is Mercury, but this is the Mercury in Virgo. Then here we have another Kinaz. Okay, this was Venus, right? So the Venus in Taurus looks like this. The Venus in Libra looks like this. So what if you turn, so if that's etheric, what if you turn it into a curve? Well, that is how they get the sign of Libra.
Wow.
Okay. Then down here we have Pluto, which is Ingwaz. Ingwaz, one of the meanings for it is seed, root, or acorn. Keep that in mind. That's equivalent to Scorpio, or a Pluto, which is Scorpio. Then Sagittarius, which is Jupiter, is Manas. Saturn is Perthro. Dagas is Uranus. And Pisces is Othila or Othala. This is the rune of man, quote unquote. If you turn this triangular shape, right, with corners into curve, what do you get? You get a Vesca Pisces fish pointing upward.
Oh, yes.
And what is the Vesca Pisces fish pointing upward?
Fire.
It's this right here. It's the Omega.
Mm.
Okay, so yes, you're right too, Mary. But for the sake of, okay, so now, point of this, guys, you guys will be able to see it. Don't worry, I'm going to show you everything pertinent. So just enjoy it while you're watching for right now. These are the stars and the runes that correlate with the stars, which is spirit. These are the runes that correlate with the planets, all right, which are etheric. And that's why, so when you visualize runes, all visualization with runes, you visualize runes as red. The color of the rune is red on a black background. Okay, that's because the black background represents the void or superposition or not superposition, I'm sorry, the 0 point energy field. Red is pure energy, okay? Energy is ether, all right? So when you visualize runes, you're visualizing etheric shapes. That's why runes have hard lines, right? Because they're triangle. Etheric is triangle, okay? Mary, anything to add before we move on?
I was just noticing that rooms sounds like rooms, and I was just drawing that this female tree that you're talking about is protecting people from rooms, and these rooms are lower realms of time that keep us trapped, and that's all that I was thinking.
Love it. So let's talk about that for a second, because you just hit on something huge. So okay, so remember how I said that there is so what Norse mythology does. Let me turn this back around here for a second. What Norse mythology does instead of chakras, right? They don't talk about chakras as much, but they talk about your subtle bodies. Each one of our chakras has a subtle body attached to it. So you can think of it's a layer of your energy field or your aura, right? So your root chakra is your actual physical body. Your sacral chakra is your etheric body, and it sticks out off of your body just barely any, right? Like an inch or so, don't quote me on that, but it's close to your body. That's orange, right? Then the next chakra is your solar plexus, which is yellow. That sticks out a little bit further. Each chakra goes up in frequency, so it expands a little bit more. The higher your frequency vibration, the bigger you are in space. Okay, so each one gets a little bit bigger until you have the egg shape of our aura that we're turning back into a sphere. All right, so you can think of each part of these bodies. When you hear a subtle body, or when you say etheric body or astral body, it's referring to that layer of your aura that goes with a specific chakra. Okay. Here's one thing that I'm going to throw out there right now, so that everyone, this is going to help later on. All of the occult sciences, all the occult teaching things, mystery schools, right? So like the Golden Dawn, runes, stuff like that. They teach you that we have many, many different components of consciousness in us, but what they teach us specifically is that you have three main stations of consciousness in which you're supposed to function, right? They are stationed at your third eye, which connects to your crown. So you can think of that as one. Your heart, Okay, your heart you could think of connecting to both your throat and your solar plexus, and then your sacral, which connects to your root. All right, so there's three. Your this one right here is the Norse mythology divides them up into cauldrons. So you could think of them as cauldrons of water versus chakras. All right, like we talked about a little bit ago, the reason Taurus, the bull's horns are like this is that it's supposed to represent a cup. What goes in a cup? Liquid. What does water represent? Information, but also it represents life force energy that is contained in the water. So keep that in your mind. Mary, you have something you want to say?
No, I'm just writing down in my rune book what you're saying,
I'm sorry.
I'm studying about runes.
I thought I heard. Okay, so what are these three consciousness, right? Who we are, right? The person that runs this ship, or at least most of the time, is stationed in the high heart. Okay, that's what we call ego or self. That's us, right? We are in control of all the other ones. So who sits up here? Eventually, your higher self does. All right, that is your divine self, sits up at the top, right? Who sits down here? That's your etheric twin. Your etheric twin is in runes is referred to as a horse. All right, the specific rune for horse is Awas or Awo. All right, we'll talk about that and why it's shaped like that. The shape of this, guys, this is what I mean. In the very beginning, I don't know if you guys remember, it's been a while. It's been like 4 weeks. So this is why I love sacred geometry so much. If you start out with the fundamentals, circle equals spirit, triangle equals etheric, square equals physical, it gives you foundation to do all kinds of stuff with. And runes is how I did it. One of the ways, or that I'm doing it, that we're all doing it. So that's what it's all about. You learn a lot from that, combined with the mythology or the lore, and that's what we're doing today. So back to what we're talking about anyway. So the etheric twin is an animal, right? When you ride a horse, remember how in the Last Supper, Thomas was in the shape of a horse? So when you ride a horse, right, your legs are on either side of the horse. Remember, hungry like the wolf? Straddle the line in discord and rhyme. Discord meaning fire, rhyme being a rhyme giant or ice, fire and ice. That's sitting on your horse. A horse has 4 legs, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get into why that's important in a minute. And so, but bottom line is that they teach us that this is, it's animal. They make it sound like animal is like, doesn't know how to do things the right way, or is wild or untamable. That, like the song we just saw, Heart of Stone, untamable, all that. Well, okay, yes, but so what they do is they equate that with our shadow self, right? Our shadow doesn't need any control. The whole thing about control is why we're here in the first place. It's learning how to integrate that untamable wild. What that really means is allowing us to express who we are, our passion and our feelings, with creating our own life for ourselves in a way that has compassion and love for everyone else around us. So horse, etheric twin, right? Ego, ourself, higher self, up here. So having said that, what we need to look at now is, I'm going to open up one of my hands. Did you guys see this? This is just some of the rune books that I have, and this is just for reference.
Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh, you guys, I'm serious. I know everybody here is like here to learn, and everyone's cool with all this stuff. But literally, if I really showed you everything that I've got, you guys would be like, "Oh yeah, he's lost it for real. He's bye. he is bye forever." Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm going to the back of this book, because I want to show you guys evidence of this in an actual book, and not me always writing things out. And I know you guys trust me and all that stuff, but this is another important part for making sure that those of you that do anchor this information, it helps the belief system. And since this is what we're used to seeing, This is important. Okay, so this book, this is one of my favorite authors. His name is Edred Thorson. This is called Rune Lore. All right. This is the table of the Younger Futhark. So remember how I told you that there's 24 runes in the Elder Futhark? What they did over time was that once Christianity got involved and they started changing things up. They changed the runes also. All right. And in changing the shapes of the runes, it changed their energetic properties and how it affects your consciousness. So as an example, I just want to show you guys how no matter what rune we're talking about, okay, it has alternate shapes. So here we have Feyu, right? Feyu. So you can see that a variant of that form is a line with a dot at the top. Okay. Rido pretty much looks the same all across. When you look at Ansus, though, look at Ansus. It goes to this like almost triangle shape. It's an upside down Feyu. See that?
Oh, yeah.
It's an upside down and reversed Feyu. Okay. This is why it's important to play around with and be playful with these geometries of these runes. They are sacred geometry, and I'm going to show you. We're going to reveal today why these different forms are there. These are clues. This is where what we've been learning, guys. The power of observation is critical. This is how we figure stuff out. All right. So specifically, I want you guys to remember that Ansus, right, looks like an upside down Feyu, which is this first one. Okay. There's pages and pages of this stuff. I mean, literally. So we can review this from here to kingdom come. Of special note, I also want to show you a couple more on this page. All right. The first one that I want to show you is this one right here. Ka, K-A, a line that goes straight up like an I, and then it has a line angling out to the right, 45 degrees. That's Ka, K-A. If you go down to here, you do the straight up and line down, and then down and to the left 45 degrees. We have R.
Oh, my.
Yeah, Mary. Oh, yeah. Wait till you. Oh,
Okay, John, can I
please
stop you real quick?
Please.
Okay, look at this piece. And I didn't know why she has this on her hand, but it actually literally says AR on her hand.
Mm-hmm.
But then it ends with AAH. AHH. So whatever she's saying to us begins with AR and then AHH.
You're going to be able to know exactly what that means by the end of this.
Mm-hmm.
By the end of this. So this is why I like runes, guys. This is why all the symbology. Now, here's the thing with runes also. All right. And I don't, this may or may not be true, but I believe this to be true for me. I have heavy Scandinavian heritage, right? Both sides are from that area. So there's likely a genetic component in my DNA from past lives carried on from my ancestors that my consciousness has access to. All right. When I first started reading about runes, I went back and forth, but then when I got serious about it, this is the book that I recommend to everybody to start out with. It's called The Runes Revealed, An Unfamiliar Journey, and it's by Ingrid Kincaid. This is the person that taught me that we should be focusing on the questions, not the answers. Because all the answer is, meaning the objective reality, is a blending of all of our questions. That's it. So the questions are the important part. I started reading this. What she does is she'll go over each rune. She showed this. I didn't know what this meant forever. Well, now I do. It's the four star gates, right? And this one down here is a different color. That's because that's the one that's about to open up. Ophiuchus, the golden gate to the middle of the galactic center, that's going to take us into the fifth dimension. There's clues everywhere.
So these pieces of paper that I see in art, it's not paper. It's probably time portals and galactic stargates, possibly from the runes, right?
It could. You know what, Mary? This is the thing. This is so. Mary said something I don't remember, it was within the past couple weeks, that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, because it's so smart, and it goes to show you where Mary's intentions are in this whole process, in that she's putting the everyone's need to learn on their own without having any kind of opinion, as best as she can. So one of the things that she said was that, you know what, I know John said this, but this is what I feel, so this is just what I'm going to say. That is everything, because remember, what I put together, I pull from what she says first. So if I start polluting her ahead of time with stuff, then the whole program gets. So I just wanted to recognize the fact that takes a lot of focus and a lot of that it's not easy to do, and Mary does it all the time on a daily basis. So Mary, thank you for that. I don't know if I'd be able to actually pull that off, because I'm like, bright lights, flash of lights. Oh, John. So thank you for that, because it's just one of the many reasons why I think I work so well with Mary, is because that is one of my areas of development that she has mastered, and I learn from it all the time. So just wanted to give you a shout out for that, Mary. So then in this book, she has a poem, right? Remember I told you guys about the poem, and I picked out the certain lines of the poem. Here's the poem. She wrote it. Okay, and then it gives you some of the lore about what each rune is, and it tells you about the elements and whatever that it represents. Okay, the night that I got that book, I read only a few different runes, so it was like maybe 20 pages. That was when I woke up in the middle of the night, and on the back of my bedroom door, I saw a Tiwaz. Okay, it was made out of light. My eyes were open, my physical eyes open. There's something on the door in light, and it's a rune, and I see it. Insane. So how does that happen? It happens because of the shapes of these runes are sacred geometry, and when we look at it, we pay attention to it, right? Mm-hmm. Our consciousness experience it, and it affects our consciousness. And since my DNA, I have Scandinavian DNA, it activated something that pulled up, and now I know exactly why I saw Tewaz. I was into astral projection at the time. I was trying to astral project like crazy, so I'm looking at those specific runes. They didn't show up. I saw Tewaz on my door, and I heard myself say Rido. Why those ones? I know exactly why now. But the point is that symbology, just you looking at it, affects your consciousness. And so part of the way they keep this veil up is the symbology that they have is everywhere. And you guys have commented on it. We see it everywhere. Okay? Okay, so major tangent. I apologize. Back to what we're talking about. So here's the ones that I want you guys to know. Okay? So Ka, K-A, is this one right here. All right. What this is a different form for are several different runes. One of the runes is Kinaz, one is Gibo, one is Ingwaz, and this is also Kinaz. It's just turned 90 degrees. But remember, this is the Kinaz that was affiliated with Taurus. Okay, holds the water. All right, this one is R, A-R. Mary, wait until you see. Oh, Mary just, Mary talks about Armenia and the land of Ar before in our original form. Mary, I'm going to show you how exactly right you've been this whole time. AR has correlations with, this is Yera, J-E-R-A, and this is also another form of Yera. Okay, those two are the same. So basically what happens is when you shoot an arrow through Ingwaz, the acorn, it breaks open and it lets out what's inside, which is life force or spirit. We'll get more into that. This is Ur, U-R, Ur. That is a different form of Uruz or Kinaz. Again, here you have the Kinaz again, but now it's turned the other way, right? So that's indicative of Venus, the one that's in Libra, while the Venus in Taurus was like this. Okay, so, and then this way, based on this pattern, if this is KA and this is AR, right, then this is UR and this is KU. I actually, you need more to show how I got that, but just for right now, this is KU, and that's all you need to know for right now. You'll see what I'll explain the rest when we have more backup. Okay, so everyone got that. Now, back to, okay, where are we at? All right, so now back to my list. Okay, so, Mary, how are we doing? You good?
Yeah.
Okay, so alternate room forms. So we already talked about its connection with the zodiac tree, right? So we did that. Now, specifically, out of the 33 runes that we're talking about, right? There are, oh geez, sorry guys, hot mess today. There are a number of runes that have a meaning that is a tree. So one of the things we said in the beginning was, what do we know? The tree is important, right? All right, so is there anything to do with the tree with any runes? Yes, in fact, there's 4 different kinds of trees, okay? Here's where it starts to get interesting. This is the observation part. This is how we actually, we're going to put this stuff together in real time, all right? The first rune, that is a tree, is Iwas. This is called the yew tree. Okay, the yew tree is yew. What else is called a yew? The sheep that follows the shepherd around. Okay, I apologize for keep clearing my throat.
Somebody says that Jesus says that the book to get people out of the dragon is buried at You are.
Oh, I love it. Yes. Okay. Yep. You're right again, Mary. According to what I have, we're gonna get into that. Amazing. So that's the yew tree. What else is wood? So then we have this one. Okay. So this one is called Iwas. This one is called Ak. This is the oak tree. Okay. That's Anger Boda. That's our girl. That's who's singing that song to us in the beginning. Okay. Okay. What else is a tree? We have the next one up is called As. As is an ash tree. Okay. Now, ash was the wood that the first man was made out of. Okay. So that's significant. What else? We have the yew bow, yew meaning this kind of wood. This is called ear. All right. Ear was the yew bow. Okay. That's the bow you use to shoot the arrow. This is a bow and arrow. Okay. These two runes individually, this rune and this rune, this is called Urus, and it means bull or formed fire, formative, untamed, right? The bull is untamed. I thought this was so interesting. Why is the bull this drawn with its horns down, but Taurus has the horns up? Huge clue that pointed me in the
Upside down world.
Yes. And Urus is the bull that is fire, and Isa is ice, fire and ice. So a bow and arrow has the power of fire and ice. It's called the U bow. Okay. They changed then the U bow into an elm tree. So we have elm, ash, oak, and yew. All right. And then let's see, and then there's one more. So I lied, there was 5, not 4. Silly Sabo. This is called Birkenau. This is the rune of Virgo, or the Earth Mother, right? This is the birch tree, all right? What's significant about the birch tree is, number one, it has a very unique wood that is, it's not like any other trees. It's almost stark white, certain ones, okay? Also, in catching fire, they receive a spile from one of the little parachutes. A spile is a tool that they pop into a tree and water comes out of the tree.
Oh, yeah.
It's a birch tree. Okay, so very important, remember that. They get water out of the birch tree. Okay, here's something else to remember. Birch trees are beautiful and blah, 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 all the Libra nonsense, right? So here's what you need to know about birch trees. They do not produce any fruit. Their seeds are barren. Okay? Their seeds, they don't produce any fruit. They can't produce life themselves. And it has freely available water that's loaded with vitamins and good stuff in it. Okay? Virgo, keep that in mind. It's part of the process that we're uncovering. So, Iwaz, you, Ak, Oak, Angerboda, our girl, As, Ash. Okay, this is also for those of you that are familiar with the gods of Norse mythology. This is Loki. All right, Loki is always considered to be a bad guy. That's because he represents chaos. Chaos to who? All right, Fenrir the wolf and the wolves that chase and try to eat the sun and the moon, they were all birthed by Angerboda with Loki. Okay, you could see how close these runes are to each other? That's another big clue. And then we have the yew bow, which really represents the elm tree. And then we have Birkenau, which is birch. Okay? All right, so from there, let's talk about, all right, so we got the I keep forgetting to turn it back around. Sorry, guys.
So there's a couple of comments here. One was from Cosmic Ray. She said she just drew those runes yesterday. This is a synchronicity for those of you who are watching, that these teachings are meant to awaken us and unlock something within our neurological pathway, our hearts, whatever.
Awesome.
So stay tuned, because I think that this is something that we all really need to pay attention to. I feel that in my heart.
So, and guys, I know this is a lot of details. I know that. And I know that I'm moving fast and it's probably overwhelming and even maybe a little bit frustrating. Honestly, just watch and pay attention. This is something that you don't get all in one sitting anyway. That's why I'm going to make this available today, I promise, for everybody on TikTok, on my page. I'm sure Mary will post it too. And then you can watch this playback on YouTube, okay? But these details are necessary so that we all know how, where we're going with this. I promise you it's going to be worth it. All right, so we talked about the runes so there's 5 different kinds of trees, right? This is observation. Every single rune, like I showed you, has a number of different meanings, a number of different symbologies. It talks specifically about how it affects your consciousness, literally, all right? And they use symbology and different things for that. So as I'm reading through this and reading another book and another book, the other thing too is that they'll put one thing in one book and you can't find it anywhere else until you get to another book. It's a little treasure hunt too. It's real cute. So here's the other thing to know about the runes. The runes are, they're in Ets, right? And there's a number of, I know it's backwards, but you just listen to what I'm gonna say. So each one of these have a number. The first Et starting with Feyu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, the next Et starting with Hagelas, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all the way up to 16. This third Et, 17 through 24. Almost every book that I have read starts Ak at rune 25. So after the last one of this, right? I believe that is wrong. Ak is number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's how they're numbered here, but that's not their true order. And then from there, this is the original octagram. These are the original forms. Remember I said that the 12 signs of the zodiac really are 8? Here's the original 8, is what I believe. Now, they changed to reflect what they are now, but we'll get into that. And then you add all these in together, it combines to create Gar. So my point is that the runes all have a correlating number with it. And for those of you, I'm sure everyone knows by now, our numerology, significant, right? Significant. So that's another clue that you have to runes for your observation of it, all right? So now we're going to get into the sequence of the runic elements. We were talking about what do we know in that song?
No, what just happened?
What's that?
You froze for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so what I just said was that back to the list of what we know. So we one of the things that we have on there is the elements, right? There's a number of elements that's in the hanging tree song that corresponds with Odin hanging on the tree with the wind, and then the song in the beginning, the stone heart, right? It talks about untamed. It talks about wind and a sun and all these elements, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a look specifically at the elements. So we all learned the elements as fire, water, air, and earth, right? Okay, so this is what we learned. Fire, okay? Water. Fire plus water together makes air, okay? And then earth equals fire, water, and air. This is how they tricked us with the Trinity. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. But what is air? So another way to write earth, which is fire, water, air, is fire, water, fire, water. 4. Okay? Here's how they do it with runes. The rune that they use is back to good old Ingwaz. Ingwaz means seed or root or acorn. All right? They teach you that. So anyone ever hear the idea? My mom taught us this when we were little. When you don't really know what to do, you put the idea on the box and put it up on the shelf for later. Okay? That literally, with my mom didn't even know this. She was giving us a runic visualization. When you put something into Ingwaz, all right, and you put it away for later, it represents the seed being planted, and it comes back later when the seed has blossomed into a flower or a fruit, and then it's available for you to use. All right. This is also the container, right, of your idea or of energy. And what they use to break the container is the rune Birkono, the birch tree, right? And so this bad boy slides right in there. Okay, now see that? Keep that in mind for later. This is what's so cool about the runes. I highly, highly encourage everybody to play around with these shapes. They're this shape for a reason. They are interactive and connect. You guys just wait till you see this. So that's Ingwaz. So back to Ingwaz. So this is the way elements work with runes. It's not fire, water, air, and earth. All right. The bottom here, we start at the bottom of Ingwas. That's fire at south. Okay, so this is the north. This is a compass. We have north, south, east, and west. These elements on Ingwas correlate with the directions, which is huge. Okay, because we know what time we have to be at the tree, right? Midnight. That means we want to look for north. All right, so fire is right here. At the top is ice. All right. At the west, we have water. And in the east, we have air. Ice, fire, air, and water. A little different, right? And we're not done yet. So here's what's cool about Ingwas. Not only do they give you where the elements are, but they show you the process. So ice is Isa. That's just the straight line. Isa is the easiest rune, just a line. That means ice. You go from Isa down to this place, which is water, right? That's Lagoose is water. Then you come down to this down here, which is fire. Okay. So this is ice, water, fire. So what happens so the fire melts the ice, right? It goes straight up in the middle here. Fire melts the ice turns into water, right? The water continues to travel downward till it hits our root, right? Fire, and then it heats it up. Now you see this symbol in here, fire? That's important to know. That is significant, okay? That is a rune that's part of the Jotnar 8. It's called Eeyore. Okay, Eeyore, one of the meanings for that, Mary, is salt.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, just wait.
Oh, and it does look like the top of a salt container. Yes, salt.
Yep,
Okay.
and there's more to it. I'm going to show you. So anyway, so then you go up like this, and you go into air. Okay, so this is the thing. They always say that this is the horizon, right? The x-axis. That's what we could see with our eyes, right? Parallel to the ground. So these two, water and air, represent the horizon, and your eyes can only see to the end of the horizon. Okay, when you have a torus field, the torus comes back down from the horizon to you. That's the way ether travels, from the horizon to you. So they call the horizon points Isa because Isa represents ice or pre-matter or antimatter, meaning ice you could turn into anything, right? Everything comes from ice. You could think of the rune Isa as if you had all the runes together written out, and then you turn them on the side so they're flat, and you line them all up. It makes just one single line. Okay, so you use your fire or your life force to heat up the ice of Isa, and it makes water of whatever it is that you want. So that's why there's Isa on fire and water. It's the horizon. And then this travels up to the top. Now here's something interesting that happens. Okay, so the fire heats the water, right? So now we have vapor or steam, right? What is water that gets caught in the air? We call that clouds. Clouds, it continues to rise until it gets up to the top where the firmament is, that's made of ice, right? Sky ice. I don't know if we talked about that yet. We will. And it starts to condense again. All right? So this is what they show. This right here is a kinas, okay, but it's drawn like this. All right, and then this is an Isa. The Isa and the kinas together. Isa is ice, kinas is fire. This is your Lagoose, water. So that's another huge clue. Every rune that is drawn out, like the way that they're drawn, is a combination of two different smaller parts. Remember how we talked about in the zodiac, it all goes down to Mars, the dark moon, the scorpion tail, or the northern fish. Same thing here. Just remember fire and ice. And then from here, okay, the clouds condense and it rains. The rain, so it has to go through this whole cycle. The reason the water has to go through this cycle is because water, remember, water is where your life force energy is contained, right? We're all born in water, right? Fire and ice together, this is water right here, but the water does not contain your life force energy yet. Your life force energy is the fire. So when the water goes down to the fire, Eeyore, right? Salt of your life force energy. Now we have salt water. That's why we cry salty tears. Rises up to the air in the clouds, and then it condenses. Now when it condenses, it comes down as rain, but it's rain that has life force energy in it. Okay? So that's the reason that's important is because that forms ingwas, all right? What all the elements together form is this, gar. So if we have ice, fire, air, and water, that means we have an X left. This is Gibo. Okay? There are 4 more elements that they just skip completely. These 4 elements are salt, which is literally life force. Okay? Spirit. Okay? Up here, across from this, we have yeast. Yeast is birth. I'm sorry, that's wrong. This is not salt. Salt is up here. Okay. Down here is iron. Iron is a spark. They also call this, there's a different name for it. It'll come to me. Across from iron is yeast. That is basically birth. And down here, we have venom, which is death. Okay, now, here's what you need to know. The process, all processes, so we talked a little bit before about when a reaction starts or a process, an energetic process or an energetic cycle, right? What you need to start the process is a spark or a spark of light. Light initiates a process, sound powers the process. All right, the spark is represented here by iron. All right, do you guys remember what I said where Angerboda's oak tree grows, what the name of the woods is? Ironwood.
Ironwood.
Big clue. Spark here, the spark will birth what's across from it, which is yeast. This is growing, all right, or developing or building, all right? Then what continues it is a continued life force. You keep adding on more and more salt, all right? Because what happens with salt? Water follows salt. That's why when you eat a bunch of salt, you get bloated. Water in our body follows salt. That's because the water is following the life force. Okay, we carry our life force in water. And then that continues as long as the life force is there. When the life force isn't there anymore, or venom is introduced, venom is death, or the opposite of growth. So this can also mean taking something down to reinvent it to its base, or undoing the octagram into its base parts. Well, this is building up. So this is really, yeast is building up, this is taking down. Salt is the life force that keeps us alive, that is our spirit. Iron is the spark that starts the whole process. What do we have in our blood that carries oxygen? We have iron in our blood.
Iron carries oxygen?
Yes. So there's something in our blood, in our red blood cells called heme groups. Heme is what binds oxygen. Okay, that's why you hear a lot about in all occult things, in movies, everything. Blood in the physical world represents life force because it has iron that contains the spark that gives the birth, that has the salt, that will eventually die. This is the process of the omega sign, or Libra. It goes in this order. Okay? So, bottom line, here this is. And I promise, guys, I know this is a lot of painful details. Hang in there. It's going to be worth it. Okay, so ice, fire, air, water, right? So this is north, south, east, west. So you start out with ice, or you start out with fire. Go to ice. Go to water. Go back down to fire. Fire goes to air. Air goes back up, condenses, and you get rain. Okay? The goal is to get rain with life force in it. Okay? Then you add on to this ice, fire, air, water, iron, yeast, salt, venom. Now, I'm going to give you guys one guess. If we take a look at the octagram, right? This is an octagram, 8 sides, right? And we said before that this was originally an octagram, right? So if you turned the 2 signs that were the Stargate, you turn it back into it, right? Then you have an octagram. Guess which is which. So here's what I'm saying. We have iron, yeast, salt, and venom that correlate with the X that are the Stargates, right? The fire abyss up here, that correlates with the fire, or with, I'm sorry. I'm trying to show you guys both at the same time. This is the fire abyss. This is the water abyss. This is Ophiuchus, what they have cut off from us. And this is Orion. So remember, we didn't talk yet about this, but this is cut off for us. Remember we talked a little bit about how the Jupiter sign, see how it's almost a full circle, but a quadrant is cut out. Remember we talked about the heart. The reason a quadrant is cut out of this, so if this is a quadrant, meaning a fourth of it. So a fourth of the circle is missing on Saturn, a fourth of the circle is missing on Jupiter, right? The fourth of the circle on this circle is this right here. And that's Ophiuchus, that's salt. That's the life force that comes from the center of the galaxy. They cut that off from us. So painful part's over. Now we're going to start to add stuff up, guys. Finally. Thank you, John. That was painful. I know. I promise you it's going to be worth it. All right. So now we have what's called, so let's talk, now everyone remember what we were talking about with the story of Fenrir the wolf, right? What the gods did was, as he started to grow, so he was a puppy, they raised him, the god Tyr, which is Tiwaz, right? He was the god that was in charge of things before Odin took over. The reason Odin took over is because they were, all the gods were, now when I say gods, I'm talking about the Norse gods. I consider these the equivalent of the Anunnaki, right? They reformed everything when they made Midgard, which is Earth. It's an enclosure that's surrounded by ice, okay? What they did was they were afraid of Fenrir, because remember, Fenrir is the child of Angerboda and Loki, right? Chaos. Chaos to who? So what they did was, as he was growing up, they were afraid of him, and they were worried that basically that one day he'll be big enough to overpower us. So we got to find a way for him to be controlled. They went to the dwarves, who make artificial means. So we talked a little bit before about how the earth gods were an animal form, and they mimicked those animal forms, like the horn of a bull became a bow, and an arrow was an eagle. Okay, so you get the bow and arrow, which are the powers that the bull had and the eagle had. They went to these dwarves to make artificial copies of those divine powers. All right, and so what they did was they made magical fetters, magical rope that was as thin as a hair, but they swore that Fenrir would not be able to get out of it once they placed it on him. So what happened was Fenrir the wolf only trusted Tyr, because Tyr was the god that ruled everything, and it was his daddy, right? Because he was stolen, he didn't know it. So the gods were like, we have to tie him up. You're the only one that he'll trust. And Fenrir was like, all right, fine. You know what? I'll let you tie me up because they're pretending like it's a joke. I'll let you tie me up with these fetters. But the only way I'm going to do it is if Tyr puts his hand in my mouth. And if I can't get out, I'm chomping it off. This is how Tyr lost his hand. The feathers chained him. When Fenrir bit off Tyr's hand, remember, hand is how you project consciousness or power out of your body. What happened then is that Tyr wasn't perfect anymore, and he couldn't use his power. Odin took over. It was a trick by Odin too. So the fetters were made out of very specific things by the dwarves. The Allfather sent a message to the dwarves, and they made an inconceivably thin fetter or rope of extraordinary things, such as the sound of cat's movement, a woman's beard, roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, and the spill of a bird. Okay? Those 5 things is what created the fetters. Then when you go and you start looking for patterns in other places that are not connected, right? Such as Babylonian star lore. Okay, this is straight Anunnaki, right? Here's something interesting that you find. Now here's where it all comes together, guys. You guys are very patient, bless your hearts. Okay, so here's what happens. The magical fetters in here are called the ropes of heaven. The ropes of heaven literally run, they look just like a line or sometimes a ribbon, like the ribbon that you see around the bald eagle's neck that's on the United States coat of arms, or the ribbon around his feet. Okay, that rope of heaven ties them together, keeps them controlled. This rope of heaven goes through every single zodiac sign. Okay, and it also goes through every single other constellation in the sky that's not connected. And both ends of the ropes end up in the hands of Anu, the head Anunnaki. He has his hands on it, he controls it. Okay? Here's where it gets awesome. So those ropes of heaven are the magical fetters, all right? One of the runes means fetter. And you guys, this is what's so funny. This is why observation is important. You saw all the books, the rune books, right? This book is the only book I've ever seen it. I haven't even found it online. One of the alternate meanings of Naudis. Okay, is fetters. Now we have a rune to work with that represents the rope. Now remember earlier I said, remember Ka and remember R.
We're not seeing you, John.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is Naudis. This is what represents fetters. This is the rune that represents that rope. Earlier I said, remember Ka and R, right? When you add these two together, Kar, you get this rune, which is called A, which is an alternate form of Awas.
Wow.
The horse. What, we don't ride horse anymore. We use another vehicle. What is the vehicle we use?
Car. Or spell it backwards, it's arc.
Yes. Ding, ding, ding. Mary, so see, Mary pointed us exactly in the direction we're going. So if this plus this equals this, and this equals car, right? Then this equals arc. Uh-oh. But wait a minute. We said this were fetters. Well, wait a minute. Ark of the Covenant, isn't that supposed to be something good? How come it's tied up? How come it's has anything to do with fetters? Wait a minute. Well, guess what? Mary, you hit it dead on the head. the part of the, in the beginning I said this whole thing is going to show us a hidden process. This hidden process includes the Ark of the Covenant. And
wow.
and it's directly tied with the fetters. So now what does all this mean, John? Get to the damn point, please. You got it. Here we go. We are going to look. Hang on one second. I gotta pull it up on my computer, guys.
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Please.
The last piece that I just did before you came on was the female. Her hair looked like ribbons or feathers or ropes. Her hair.
Yep.
And her second piece. Let me show you what it looks like. She's upside down here. Let's see. The upside down world. Her hair is free. The feathers, the rope. She looked like Pippi Longstocking.
Oh my God.
One hair is free, the other one's free, and I didn't know what it meant. So, does you think that has something to do with her being free of the Anunnaki, holding on to the two ends?
Mary, we are literally going to talk about the hair and the braids. It's literally on my agenda. I can't even. I shit you not. Yes, it has. Yes, it absolutely is. 100%. So.
Okay.
Let's take a look at a picture that we all know.
Oh, that T.
So here we have the hanged man hanging on a tree. Are you coming to the tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Where a dead man called out, they say, who murdered 3. Well, who did he murder? How many parts of consciousness do we have? Third eye, heart, and sacral? 3, right? So how did he murder 3? Well, remember the doll on the music box? This was Gemini. This is the box she's standing on. And there were 2 mirrors like this. If I put her right here, right? She's standing on the box. That's the worst ballerina I think anyone's ever drawn in life. This mirror is she's going to look like this. This mirror, she's going to look. This mirror isn't a reflection of her this way. It's a reflection of this. So it's going to be like this. Inverted. 1, 2, 3. So if our higher self gets on here, here's 3. Our ego gets on here, there's 3. And our etheric twin gets on there, there's 3. There's the 9 worlds of Norse mythology.
Okay. You're answering so many questions, and I'm going to show this to you guys afterward. We did a reading yesterday of someone from R, and then there's a piece of cheese that makes the triangle, and on top of this triangular piece of cheese that looks just like what you just drew is a straw man on a cross, not a ballerina.
So look at that cross a little bit more carefully, Mary. Is that a cross? Yes, it is. But look at it very carefully.
Oh, it's that. It's fetters. See, this is why I need you. Oh my gosh.
But listen, the cross is wood, right?
Mm-hmm.
The wood is the tree. The feathers, he's tied to the tree. Now, here's where it gets interesting. When you look at this, so you see there's like a rope or something right here, but then it goes into his foot. It's the same color as his foot.
Mm-hmm.
But over here, it looks like there's something else coming down right here. So I was like, all right, you know what? Let me see if there is another hanged man, because there's different styles that they're drawn, right? Here's where all my questions were answered. Hang on, I'm trying to pull up a bigger.
The significance that I get out of it, which is kind of silly, because when you go to Armenia and they're talking about the white rat and you're talking about this block of cheese that makes the triangle shape, the feet is significant to the vampire. Remember, Jesus said, drink my blood and live forever. Mithra said, drink my blood and live forever. Zoroast said, drink my blood and live forever. They drink the blood from the feet.
That's exactly right. And Mary, remember you said recently too, I don't think we want to go up, guys. I think we want to go down.
Yeah.
Down is up.
Yeah. That's what I keep seeing over and over again.
Yes, and I'm going to show you exactly why I think you're right. So now check this out. All right. So now here we have the tree again, right? A branch of the tree. But now see this? Now it looks like he's actually on a cross of some sort. All right. When you see a T like this, where it's exactly like this, that is another way to draw Thor's hammer. All right.
Oh.
Thor's hammer is Thorisaz. Okay, Thorisaz is Thor's hammer. If this side's the hammer, right, which would be this, or I'm this. See if you connected this to it, you get there's Thor's hammer. But this side is a thorn. Oh, wait a minute. So then, does that mean that if this is a hammer, then that this is thorns? Is that what he's tied up with? Are the fetters vines with thorns? Thorns that go up and maybe into his body, and it is this. Oh, and there's a halo around his head like this. Oh, he's enlightened. Or does that mean that shows up because he's got a thorn crown around his crown chakra? So now,
When you turn him upside down and then you flip him around, he makes the number 4 with his leg.
Yep. So now, are you guys ready for this? Here's the first big. It's all been worth it, I promise. So here we go. Does everybody know what the root chakra symbol looks like? The root chakra symbol. So all of the symbols of all the chakras, right, have a symbol, and the root chakra symbol that we see very often looks like this. It's a circle. This is red, so it's at your tailbone. It's got a square and then upside down triangle or water, right? Life force, right? Well, guess what, folks? This triangle right here in the Babylonian Star Lore book, this is something called Kak. So if you add another line like this, you get the downward, you get Kak. You add another K on. Kak means nail. When you see this in our chakras, so that's the root chakra, the sacral chakra is this, the solar plexus is this, the heart chakra is this, the throat chakra is this, the third eye is this, and then the crown is just empty. Nail in the third eye, nail in the throat, which is part of the heart, high heart, and nail in the root. There's a nail in each one of our main parts of consciousness. Our higher self, nail in the third eye, our throat or high heart chakra, nail in us, our ego, and a nail in the root, which is our etheric twin. Ain't that some shit? How many nails did Christ have on the cross?
3.
Well, 1, 2, 3. There's that.
Oh, that's it. That's it.
So I say to myself, let's take a look at this again. If this is the root chakra, right? It looks, he's got these vines. So if these are vines with thorns, right? And it's going around his foot at the ankle, right? And then it looks like does it go up there? Well, I'm like, okay, well, this is his root around his feet, but his root is also his tailbone. Let's play with this. So I draw out the actual symbol of the root chakra. And I think to myself, okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 parts of a square. So that means the vine comes up, his leg goes back down it like this. He has this disconnected because this other one, so the right leg is giving. It's giving to a vine that goes somewhere else. Where does it go? We're going to find out. This one doesn't receive anything. So he's not receiving any energy from anyone else. He's got this in the air, right? Air is what they control, Libra. Here's what I think happens, guys. We have, in our root chakra, Mary, you were dead right, we have fetters that are made of thorns. Goes up in our root chakra, goes like this, like a U, or an upside down U, right? That is the symbol for Kinaz, which is upside down, which is Libra, the air sign. These two, then from your root chakra, you have two nifty things that they call snakes. There's called Ida and Pingala. Pingala is the sun channel. Ida is the moon channel. And when your Kundalini rises, it goes up like this, right? Crisscrosses, crisscrosses, crisscrosses. So out of this side, you get a vine that goes around these with thorns, and it goes out your moon channel, the back of your head, okay? And then and that affects your third eye and your crown, which is exactly where we have a nail. And then the other one is the sun channel, goes up, around, out of the forehead. You know, you see Egypt's rulers with a cobra coming out. The cobra, that's what the cobra is. It's the end of those fetters. Turns into a snake. So, and then this is the sun channel, all right? So you guys, I think we have thorns literally running through us. They're fetters that keep us tied to the ground. Remember the song, I Could Fly? My whole life, I've been tied to the ground. Literally, we're tied to the ground with fetters that have thorns. And then we also have nails. Okay, wait, what about the nails? We have a nail here in the root chakra, right? Which is equivalent to our feet. We have a thorn in our throat, and we have a thorn in our head. Okay, these two equivalent with the spiritual chakras in your hands, right? The root is your feet. So then I'm like, all right, then I start seeing things when I'm laying asleep, and I saw a bunch of nails in us. And the nails that I saw in us, we have bones at specific points that stick out. It almost looks like a nail. It almost looks like a thoracic. Okay, we call those our ankle bones.
Yes.
We have hip bones. We have our tailbone. Some of us have these on our shoulders. We have the back of like kind of where our spine meets our shoulders, and on the back here, it's like right here. We have this nodule in the back of our head. That's where Ida comes out of our body. We have our elbows, and then we have on our wrists. You guys, those are all nails that we need to take out. And we could take them out. You want to know why? Because if this is a hammer, this is a hammer, and this is a hammer, then a hammer has another side to it, doesn't it? It has a side that you could take the nail out. Ka is how we take it out.
So can I show you something?
Please.
This was a piece that I did a while back. And see the triangle here?
Yeah.
Let me just pull it up for a second, because this is exactly what you're talking about. I'm going to switch it back over to you in a second, but I just want you to see.
Yeah. Oh, no, please.
So here's that. It says R and Ka. I had no idea what it meant.
You gotta be kidding me.
So it says R, Ka, and I just thought, well, okay, it must be the arc. I had no idea, but here is the triangle, and there was a clue here, so you can see the cross and all kinds of things. So you're answering questions from pieces I've done. This was for Daniel many weeks ago, and I wish I would have had the answer to know how to talk to him about that. And then this one I did just a few days ago or yesterday. This is a piece of cheese. This is a mouse from Armenia. So this is R. And then there's the cross. And then this is the piece I did today. You are talking about the two tethers, and this is her hair reaching one way with the cross. But this cross has a zigzag through it. It's strange. I don't understand that.
That's Shariko.
And then, okay. See, I didn't know. And then here's the upside down you were talking about. But if you turn her upside down, she's in another world, and the rainbow is right side up. But I will say this: one world is a training camp for us to illuminate, to find our way to the other side. And then once we find our way to the other side, here's what happened to her with her hair, that when the Anunnaki have let go of her hair and her hair was free like Pippi Longstocking, she's flying. This is I did today. Now, I will say that out of her hand looks like a tether, but it's a lightning bolt.
Lightning. Yes. I can't. This is the shit that I'm talking about, you guys. She did all of this. We didn't even get to some of this stuff yet. I have written down, so you know I'm not just pulling it out and based on what she said.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, Mary.
Yeah.
Every single thing you just asked, I have the answer to, and we're getting to it right now. There's no more build. So here we go. Number one, that rat that you had at the top, right? Here's what we didn't go over yet. So remember the 8 Jotnar, right? So there was the nine giant ones that are in the east. So really what it is you draw this out, so the 8 go around here, and then the 9th one is created from the combination. That's Gar, okay? The top, look at this. See this?
MW. I keep seeing that.
Okay, so this is Stan. This is called Stan. It stands for a megalithic stone, but it also says that it guards entombed eagles. That means there's an eagle inside of the stone. Well, guess what? You know what sign means eagle? So we have Ka is this, and R is this, right? This is eagle or an arrow. This is scorpion or a serpent, or the hammer's nail. I don't even know what that is. The nail tail. That's how you pull the nails out. That's the end of the hammer.
Oh.
Ka plus R is car. What it's the seed syllable though, the way you say that when you want to use it is A. Okay? It's the opposite of the fetters. See that? The reason they use this, you know where they get this from? They take this, our life force. They take this one out, right? They don't want us to have the eagle and the scorpion. The scorpion's how we kill them. They take out A, and what does that leave? It leaves you with Naudis, the fetters. How crazy is that? Now, you also showed, so what this means is that entombed eagles, so what did I say was another word for stone? How do you turn a heart to stone? Well, what is a heart? H-A-R-T. It's wood. Wood is a tree. You petrify a tree. Stan is a petrified tree. The way you petrify a wooden tree is with, when a storm comes through and it hits the tree with wind, which is moving air, with salt and water, it turns it to stone. That's what and I just saw that on your piece. Amazing. Now, the part where you have coming out of the hands, oh my God, I'm so excited. So what is Katniss waiting for before she shoots the arrow? She's waiting for something to happen to the tree. What's she waiting to happen to the tree? At the right moment, the lightning strikes it, right?
Oh, yeah.
The lightning, go ahead, were you gonna say something?
No, I just said, oh, yeah.
Okay. So the lightning, they teach us that lightning and thunder is this, right? However, lightning and thunder isn't only that. Lightning and thunder is also when you combine the scorpion and the eagle. R and Ka equals A. And when you cross A with the already established Naudis, you get Eeyore. That's life force. So what I'm saying is that one of the things that they call, hang on, I'm looking for something specific to show you that I already have written down.
Your hands are so cute.
Oh God.
The hands that you drew are so
Oh, they're brutal. Look at that. Like, what's wrong with that man? That poor man. That man's not going to have a normal life right there. That man's not gonna have a normal life. Okay, so I found it. Oh no, that's not it. Damn it. All right, so here's the bottom line. One of the things that they call A, right? A is Ka plus R. They call A thunderclap. Now here's what's interesting. Lightning starts a process, right? That's the light. Thunder is the sound that drives it. Think of the song "We Will Rock You." Boom, boom, tsh, boom, boom, tsh. What do we stop with? Our feet. The feet make the sound of the thunder. Boom, boom, tsh. The clap is the thunderclap of our hands. Our hands, when you clap them, produce lightning. The lightning is life force, you guys, out of our hands that carries whatever intention you put in there. All right, did I ever, Mary, I think I told you this before. Every time in my dream, when I can fly, something lights up on my wrist, a symbol, it's a circle with a triangle pointing upward. I never knew what it meant. I was like, fire, okay, is it fire? No. What it is, it's an anti-nails, right? This is a nail. It's the opposite of nails. What happens is your wrists have a hidden energy center around it, and it forms like a bracelet. This is where the idea of bracelets comes from, you guys. The bracelet around your hands, it spins like this, and this one spins like this. And when you move your arms different ways, it causes you to raise up off the ground. When you clap your hands, you get lightning. When you stomp your feet, you get thunder. You also have them around your ankles. So all of those places that we talked about where there are nails, right? All these little bony parts. Well, guess what? You pull those nails out and then there's someone in some serious trouble because those nails aren't there. The circuit is reestablished and now you have lightning and thunder.
And how do we pull the nails out again? I mean, like, how do we?
That's we're getting to that right now. Okay, so guys, I know that this is what I meant when in the beginning when I said this is I'm a little bit overwhelmed because but I promise you it's just going to keep getting better. So we know the rope of heaven. We know we'll talk later. Remember the rope of those fetters were made from 5 different things. Those 5 things have a direct correlation with the very first week when we were talking about the harmonic ratios. Remember I talked about a black umbrella at the 2-to-1 ratio? That black umbrella has 5 points with a 6th in the middle. Those 5 points, those are the 5 ingredients of the fetters. That's where the fetters run up to, the top of the pyramid. So now onto the hangman. We talked about the ropes and the fetters are vines with thorns in them, right? The thorns on the vine are the fetters, right? Runic correspondence has got that. The root chakra, we talked about that, all right? Now we're on to, here's where, Mary, this is where it's going to all be worth it for you. Remember, what did we watch the other week? Do you remember we watched a specific music video off of a movie? Does everyone remember what it was?
The I Can Fly one?
No.
Which one are you talking about?
No, it was from a movie, and it had to do with Gemini. It was the doll on the box.
Oh yeah.
Okay, we're going to watch again the doll on the box. Before we do, I want to show you one thing. Here's what I want you guys to remember. Another picture of the Hanged Man, right? There's all different artist renditions of the Hanged Man. All right. One of the pictures, and this is one of the ones that I did on one of the TikToks, is the guy looks kind of like almost like a clown, and I want you to pay specific attention to what this looks like. So everything we learned about observation, I want you to apply to this. So give me 1 second here. I'm pulling it up. All right. All right, here he is. So on this Hanged Man, wait, that's not him. Okay, anyway, here it is. Okay, sorry guys. This is what I'm talking about with being unprepared. This won't happen again. All right, so see this hanged man where he looks kind of like a clown? Keep that in mind. All right, just take a snapshot of that in your brain. Here's another one. Okay? All right, and now we go back to our Chitty Chitty Bang Bang movie. Mary. Observe her, Mary. Look at her hair.
Turn her upside down.
What do you see?
She looks just like that.
People gazing at me.
She's got two braids that are tied up.
You see a doll.
Oh, that's the part.
Wound by a key.
But
Katie,
her hair.
How can you tell? I'm
they're two hoops, right?
No way.
I'm waiting for love.
That's because those two hoops hook into her Ida, right? So
Yes.
her hair being up keeps the circuit connected of the fetters, legs, and then all the way up. Okay, so remember how the hanged man, he was upside down, right?
Yeah.
And he's hanging like this. I said, well, where does this go? His right leg is what's tied up. Let's look and see. So the right leg gives, the left leg receives. Let's see what leg she has touching. Oh, it's her left receiving leg. The fetter goes from our right leg up into her left leg. She receives from us, but cannot give back because the right foot is up.
You people gazing at me. You see a doll on a music box that's wound by a key.
Now, she keeps on talking about this key. What key is she talking about? I hope Opal Star is here right now, because this is Opal Star's time to shine. Because Opal Star has been doing something very specific with her people. Does anyone know what she's been doing?
She's been making onks.
Ankhs. Does anyone know what the Ankh was called? The key of life.
Mm-hmm.
You see a doll on a music box that's wound by a key. All right, so now we saw the rest of this, but anybody notice this back here?
Ooh.
What's in there?
That's a prison.
It's a cube. Huh. She's on a Gemini box with a triangle, right?
Mm-hmm.
With a flower. Wait till you see what the flower petals mean. This, okay, so let's see if it shows us.
How can you tell?
Oh my gosh, there's a cross in the background. Look at that in the shadow.
Just wait. There's so much more in this, Mary.
Waiting for love.
Now here's the other thing, right? If the hanged man is the lower chakras, right? So root and sacral, red and orange, and then it hooks up into her through the red, right? Because it goes through his feet. That's the root. Through the red. That's why her dress is red. What's after the sacral and solar plexus? The heart chakra, green.
Mm.
Love's first kiss.
She's waiting for love's first kiss. That is air that contains life force.
Cannot see how much I long to be free. Turning around on this music box that's wound by a
Here we go. Wound by a key. She says it again.
yearning, while I'm
Turning around and around. There's the hearts.
Oh, look at that. It looks
at
like
this.
somebody hanging upside down but cut in half.
Look at this. See this in the back? Oh.
Oh my
Who do we-
gosh.
Who do we have here?
The clown.
There's the clown that has strings attached like a puppet. Fetters. What color is the clown wearing? Red, orange, and yellow, the bottom three chakras.
well, kind of connected to the magician or the fool card.
Yep. Yep. So, and that's the reason he's a dummy or a fool or a hanged man is because he only has the lower 3 chakras activated. So we said there were 3 nails, right? The root, there's the root. Okay. And then, so that sits in the sacral. That's where the etheric twin is. And then, here's where we sit, the green, right? And then, I'm sorry, no. That is where we sit, but the throat chakra is where it has the nail, the throat and the third eye. All right, so the throat, then we have the ability to talk, right? We have a throat chakra, we could speak. That's the nail that we represent, and this is the nail that is in, or that represents the higher self. So the higher self can't speak to us because there's a nail in it. She could only send us thoughts. That's how our higher self connects to us. That's the only way. The only way for us to connect with our etheric twin is actions. Actions, words, and thinking thoughts. Keep that in mind. So let's watch this back to the dummy here. Mary, look at his hands. They're like the hands I drew on this poor man. Oh my God, I didn't even realize that.
Don't remind me. It's making me laugh so much.
Pay attention to this doorway. The upside down U, Mary.
Yes.
And there's 4 stags, right? Stags are solar hearts. All right. Saturn, control. All right. Now, he doesn't talk. Why doesn't he talk yet? Because he doesn't have a throat chakra.
Not to mention, the black and white reminds me of the looking glass. It takes black and white to create reality. It's black and white.
That's exactly right. And this is also a Masonic reference, the black and white checkerboard.
Yeah.
Totally dead on. All right, here we go. Now watch this part. Clicks the heels together, the bones, the ankles. Clicking the heels together is significant.
Wait. So clicking the heels
Yes.
that Dorothy did.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I knew it.
Also, in the book, the ruby slippers were silver slippers, right? Because the red fire energy from Earth is supposed to be silver. They changed that silver to the moon, right? So, but in the book, Glinda clicks her heels 3 times and then spins counterclockwise on her left heel 3 times. Okay? Watch what he does. Clockwise. Counterclockwise.
Damn.
Then, after he spins counterclockwise, he sees her. Okay, so clockwise is that's our solar plexus. The belt around our solar plexus spins clockwise, right? When we go the opposite way, we go the opposite direction. So once he does counterclockwise, remember I said that the crown spins counterclockwise. It's the only chakra to do that. He is able he doesn't notice her until he spins counterclockwise. Now that he does, watch this. Clockwise. 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 It didn't work until he put his foot on the box, because his foot is attached to that box. The bottom of that, remember I said this was a T?
Yeah.
That top of that T is the bottom of that box. This is what we're dealing with. Oh my God, this poor man. Mary, if I tried to do what you did for a living, I would go
It's
starving.
cute. It's so cute.
If this is the music box, right?
Yeah.
If this, so, and if the top of this, here's where she's standing. I'm not even going to draw her. I'm not even going to do her misery. She's standing on the top of this, right? Turning around. So that means there is another triangle like this. That's what we said a few minutes ago, right? That the nail is thurusaz turned like this. So his foot is what connects into, his right foot connects into her left foot. That's why the key would not turn until he kicked it with his foot. Let's see what foot he uses. Now, special note here. He's near her now. So on the right side, so righto is a rune that means the right way or the right rhythm. It represents the natural way versus the controlled way, right? So as soon as he gets close to her, we see a different picture of her in the reflection. One where her in the reflection now, these are let down and they're floating up in the air like they should be, like bull horns.
Oh.
Guys, so I don't share this with a lot of you yet, but I was in I was in a full length feature film, a movie a couple of years back. When I tell you that there aren't any angles that are accidents. I promise this was not in the other one. You have to wait until he comes into this, and now she's got horns. Watch this.
Do you see? Scrumptious. You're gazing at me. Scrumptious.
Look!
Oh, and now he has a voice.
Now he can sing. Yes. Look at all the royalty with purple crown chakra on.
You're the answer to my wishes. You cannot see how much I long to be free.
Now he gets distracted with his eyes. Like a dummy.
Turning around and around.
How is that? This is a jack in the box. Jackass in the box. This is the ballerina. So then I was like, okay, I wonder if this braid thing is legit, right? So you saw the lady, the queen, right? So I wanted to see, I'm like, you know what? Her hair's up. I want to see if there's anything to this braid thing, right?
Yeah.
Chuchi. So here's one with her and the king.
Lauren Decor, show me what you've got. This house says spa day all day, but this modern look is so me.
In their castle. More purple. Here comes Ding Dong with his crown.
Her braids are down.
Such memories it brings back all these kind
Black
of
and white.
legacies that took up a man.
So, Mary, one of the things that it talks about, there are three witches kind of that live down in the cauldron that is your sacral chakra. They're called the Nornir. Okay, they're old goddesses, and they feed the tree. What they do is they take our life force, they mix it with water to feed the tree, which keeps us in prison. Right, the tree is our prison, literally, and it talks in the Poetic Edda about them braiding our hair. When hair is braided, you can make it into geometries or shapes. Those shapes achieve the same things that runes do. So if you take your hair, braid it, those two braids then can be used as lines that you can make into any shape to produce the effect.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, ma'am.
If you guys missed it, we just did a reading today where this person's braids, one braid goes this way to a bird, the other braid goes to some strange portal or doorway, but they are no longer tied to what John was just talking about. And then the second piece reveals that our hands have electricity and our feet but see, if you look at the electricity of the hands, we have to get rid of the nails. We have to get rid of the nail holes because there's a hole there. Get rid of the nail, and then suddenly the electricity flows freely and we are no longer tethered to the Anunnaki.
Yep. So now here's where you guys are going to really be like, oh my God. So you guys just saw that when inside of that castle room, right? There was that big room and it had a door that was shaped like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you walked in, and then the doll and the music box was there. So now watch this. This is a scene again from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang where some creep is going to lure the kids with candy. Watch this.
Mr. Man! Tinker, come fight! Hey, wait! Children, come back here! Let me run, my little dears, my little mice. Come to me. What will it be? Ice cream? Yes, ice cream! Please, strawberries!
Tempted by material things. There's the doorway.
Oh, damn.
They go inside. Brings them to the castle. Now watch this. They're being carried in a rectangle cage by 4 guys. Children, we want to be childlike, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And why do we want to be childlike? We want to be childlike because those kids have a life force that has the highest frequency, right?
Yeah.
So they have these kids in this container that's a cage, right? It had a doorway that looked like a U. Do you guys want to see what I think that was?
Yes. We can't see. Oh, there we go.
I know. I'm pulling it up. I know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The suspense is killing you. I know.
The oracles.
That's the Ark of the Covenant. ARK.
Oh my gosh.
That is the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh, wow. So the kids are in the ark. Okay, I did a reading once where 3 years ago where someone had the Ark of the Covenant on a 4th dimension within their soul. And inside the ark were souls. There were many souls, and they were in a prison trapped inside the ark.
Yep. And so if you see the Ark of the Covenant, look at this. See the handles?
Yeah, same thing.
The Ark of the Covenant has child life force in it, and that is why it gives the gods all the power. And look at the doorway. So you go into this. Remember when the doll in the music box was in that huge room? This was the doorway.
And in between them is a skull. So you can see the skull in between the spaces.
Yep. Now there's other ways that the Ark of the Covenant is too. Like, see how these are straight across? So the Ark of the Covenant. So remember that we talked about Stan, the petrified tree, being at the top, right? This is the tree when it turns to stone. What sign sits up here at the top? What zodiac sign sits at the top?
Pisces.
Cancer.
Cancer.
Cancer, the shape of Cancer are the two angels reaching across to each other.
Oh, yes. At 12 o'clock.
At 12 o'clock. So how do we get them to go from this, right, that we can't get into this to open the door?
Yeah.
We use the key of life, the magic key that you wind up the box with. So what the hell is that? Well, there's a whole nother part. So it's already 4:30. We probably have to do a part 2 with this. I'm gonna tell you guys what comes up next. All right, I'm gonna show you with the runes step by step how you can use the runes to observe. So here, I'm gonna turn this around and show you my notes. So I started out with the eagle and the arrow, right? R. Okay, to cut off of your fetters. This is Scorpio, turns into Yira. You shoot the arrow through the acorn and it divides, all right? The wrist, we didn't talk about this yet, but on the tarot, we didn't get to this. This is what I mean about me being a little bit unprepared, but I was so excited I could not wait to show you guys this. So we didn't talk yet about what does the back of the Hanged Man. His hands are tied in an X. See that? The X is a rune called Gibo. Also, his arms, see this? That's Ingwaz. Or if you include this, it's Yira, right? This is Ingwaz, this is Yira. All right, if you put an X through this, now you have Gar or Ingwaz with an Eeyore, the salt symbol through it. You keep on adding with these stories. You can even use Hunger Games or Catching Fire. Salty Wind. All right. You keep on adding to the story using the rune correlations. Here is Stan. All right. What happens is Stan becomes. Hang on. My God, this is like crazy. I've got stuff everywhere. Ka is the scorpion, which is the T or the thorn pointing down. R is the eagle or the thorn pointing up. That's why the eagle shoots an arrow upwards. The scorpion has a stinger down. That's why you see the scorpion drawn the way you do a bunch of times, Mary. I see that all the time in your readings. So you apply salty winds to the stone. So Stan plus Ingwaz. Ingwaz is the container of life force, which is the salt symbol. When you put this inside of Stan, right, you get this. All right. Then when you add As to it, which is the salt, the wind, and then Eeyore, which is the salt, you get this shape. All right. Now it starts to get complex, but this removes the northern Ingwaz out of Gar. All right. So Gar is the octagram. You can see this piece comes out. That piece is the Kinaz that you see that I say is Venus all the time, the divine feminine. That's the part that's missing. That's the same thing that I just talked about with Jupiter and Saturn having a quadrant missing. If you turn this into a square, right, this is the quadrant that's missing. It correlates 100%. So you keep going and going and going. Basically, this is what we do. We go back. After we cut off our fetters and we take the nails out of our body, doing specific visualizations with these runes, we climb all the way back up to the top where we were on that ledge, out on that branch, and we act ourselves being up there like an oak tree, like Angerboda. All right. We go up to the top. We form the rune of Angerboda. So each rune has a specific stance that you do too. You stand like this at the top. What happens is the right hand ends up touching the tree trunk, which is Iwas. The left hand accepts the lightning bolt from the Algiz position. And what happens then is you move into a different stance so that the lightning bolt comes and cracks the tree down the middle, literally, and it splits it up. It goes into this crazy thing that ends up looking like this when you split it apart. Here's the two ends. Ansus and Feu. Remember in the beginning I showed you that Ansus has another form and it's the upside down Feu?
Yeah.
That's why when you split the tree in half, one is on this side, one is on this side. And there's a lot more details in it too, but it literally all works out. Here's a picture of the scorpion becoming the eagle. You put them together, you get A. That turns into the arrow that shoots into the all-seeing eye of Gemini. The birch tree, right? Burkano, which is what this tree is that we're talking about, is a birch tree. It's literally Gemini. The branch, that's the music box, goes like this, but the tree itself is Gemini. What we do then is we go inside Gemini. And the way we do that is we take the specific geometries and that fetter that we cut off of ourselves and the nails we took out of ourselves, we use it to put patterns back onto the tree with those fetters, and we create the specific geometry that will then let the keyhole appear. So did anybody ever see The Hobbit where they're trying to get in for the Arkenstone? Ark, A-R-K, ha, ha, ha. Stone, Stan, S-T-A-N, ha, ha, now I get it. So they have to wait till a certain, where the moon hits it, right? And then they have to say a certain words, right? This is the same thing. Go to the tree at midnight. We speak specific words. What words do we say for the tree? We use, oh my God, are you guys getting seasick yet? I'm like flying you guys all around the place because I'm putting stuff everywhere.
Oh my gosh, you have to make a video on exactly what we're supposed to do.
Oh,
my
dude,
God.
yeah, I know. See, this is why it gets so involved, but I know I have it all written out. What you do then is you say the right words or seed syllables in the right order. That will open. What happens is it won't open it, but the key will appear, or the keyhole will appear. All right. What is the key? Well, here's the whole thing about that key. That key, literally, did anyone ever see Return to Oz? You know when Dorothy's getting away from the Wheelers, right?
Yeah.
She goes and she's in that trapped place, and it's a stone wall, and she sees all of a sudden a keyhole. She puts the key in there, and the stone wall opens up. That stone wall is Stan, which is the key. It's petrified wood. All right. So what happens is when you go in there, you walk in through the doorway that is the Ark of the Covenant. So you could think of before the key, it's this Ark of the Covenant where the wings are in the way. And then when you say the right words at the right time at midnight, they open up, the doors open up. You walk into the cage, which is Gemini, which is the tree. All right. And once you're in there, then you can deal with giving the kiss of life or the breath of life to the entrapped higher self. That's the doll on a music box that's wound by a key. This key is literally, so what's interesting is that in the Babylonian star lore, okay, there is a specific, so earlier we were talking about the stargates, okay, the one that is the Virgo with Leo, it's called the fire abyss, but the specific constellation is called the Harrow. The Harrow is a picture of a bull man that has this weapon, okay, and this weapon, he holds it down like this. It looks like a sickle, okay? And it looks like this, all right? Well, guess what? If you turn this around a little bit, you have Ansus. Then if you go to the Egyptian Dendera zodiac, which is a circle, and you look in the very center, there is, my God, here's my drawing again. A wolf. A wolf. And the wolf. Mary. These poor things. Oh my God. That poor wolf.
It's so cute.
It's terrible. I don't even know what is
It's really cute.
It's not cute. It's not cute. It's ugly. But
It's
this
not
wolf,
ugly. It's cute.
this wolf is standing on a key that is the opposite of Ansus. Mary, you had a reading before, and I commented on this. I don't know if you remember this. You had a reading where you had a key that looked like this.
Yes.
That was the key of being the wolf. So the key of the wolf is to be the wolf, not be afraid. The key is having the vibration of no fear while speaking the words.
And oh my gosh. And so, what are the words? And we have to click our heels and we got to do some kind of body movement. This is reminding me of OA. The OA, we have to move our bodies, speak the words at the exact right moment. We have the key. We got to go to the tree.
Yep.
Is it a port key?
So
we can touch it and we will shift realities or something.
No, all of that. So wait a minute. So listen to this. So okay, back to Return to Oz, right? She goes into that room. Who does she meet in that room?
Her other self in the mirror.
No, that's not. Nope, that's a different scene. Hang on. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you who she meets, and you guys are gonna crack up if you don't know. So she meets a friend. She meets a friend, and this is kind of like her scarecrow. Hang on, I'm typing it in. I type as good as I draw, in case anyone wanted to know.
You draw just fine. I just think it's so cute.
Oh no, Mary, bless your heart. It's not fine. It's not fine. She meets this fella. His name is TikTok.
TikTok. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
TikTok, the reference to a clock.
TikTok.
Okay.
And
now,
the same thing with Peter Pan. Wasn't the alligator in Peter Pan? He swallowed a clock. What does the white rabbit have? A clock. TikTok.
And when the alligator comes up to eat Captain Hook, he opens his mouth like this. Kenaz, the Venus, the bull's horns.
Oh, yes.
Now, wait a minute. There's more. So TikTok, does anybody remember how TikTok worked? TikTok had a very specific way of working. He had 3 different knobs on his back. He had a knob that Dorothy had to turn that controlled his thoughts.
Oh,
he
wow.
had one that controlled his speech, and he had one that controlled his actions. So,
do you think TikTok is a mind control?
No. It's just telling us that the nails in those is right. Okay, he's showing us each one of those. So the doll on a music box, right? She can talk. He cannot until they're together. This plus this equals this. So what I'm saying is that the 3 functions represent the 3 consciousness centers that have the nails in it. So that we can use, okay, and the way we do this is by using those 3 functions: visualizing in our minds, saying the right seed syllables, and doing the right actions. This is what rituals are about, guys. This is why they make Christmas and Easter. What do we do at Christmas? We put up a Christmas tree. We give presents. Those are actions that we take that represent what the ritual is really about. Easter eggs, they used to be red because they mean something terrible. They don't mean what they tell us with the Easter bunny and all this. All right. So actions are a prayer. Mary says it all the time. TikTok shows us we can undo the fetters, remove the nails, and rescue the doll in the box by doing the right actions, speaking the right words, and thinking the right thoughts, which are the runes. Now, I have one last thing to show you because this is literally mind-blowing. So the last part I'm going to show you, I'm going to put this down so I can, I need all the help I can get with typing and all this. You guys see this now. So there was a specific, I get all of these like gravitational devices, anti-gravity devices that come up on my TikTok because of course I do. So there was one that I found for the first time, just the other day. Now I've studied this anti-gravity stuff in depth, right? And this one that I found, damn it, you know what, Mary, hang on one second. Shit. So this one that I found was different from any of the other ones that I've ever seen. And what was special about it was that it created flight that contributed towards it through spinning around and around like the dial on the music box. Damn it, I can't get this up. So there is a I can't go off my phone. Son of a bitch. Hang on one second, guys. I'm gonna try one more thing. So I want you guys to look at this crazy contraption, and I'm gonna point several things out. And you guys are gonna shit. Anti-gravity or levitation. That's what it is. And it ties.
Yeah, his screen is black for just temporarily. He's just looking something up. He'll come back on in a second.
Spinning. Damn it, where is it? I'm looking on YouTube for it, guys, because I can't even remember the guy's name. It's on hang on. So Mary, what else do you think? I'm dying to hear what you think about this because this is crazy. When I show you here it is, Sandy Kid, I got it. You had so much stuff that I've never seen before in your pieces. And it all went in with this today.
Well, it all did go in with this. There's a couple of things that went in with it that you didn't talk about that I wonder about. And one thing is, she's holding a sword, and it's as if we have to cut off, like die of our old self and our old reality through the knife, and the knife is literally cutting. See, so exactly what you showed today: the hanged man, the upside down self, the right side up self, the two braided hair with the feathers, and the hand in a mudra position is a specific mudra. You put your pinky up and you hold your hand like this. This is what spirit is saying to invite electricity.
Yep. So
right?
Another thing is the runes. I don't know if it's in this book. It's in another book. I'm not going to find it. Every rune has a hand mudra, a sign with it. Every single one. Now, let me show you something specific. You're exactly right with the sword or whatever it is that cuts. All right. What if I told you that what we want to cut is actually the wind? So here's us, the ash tree, right? In the beginning here, it talks about, so now Gar is the square with the X in the middle. It's the one in the middle, right? As is this up here. This is spear. This is Odin's spear. Yeah. All right. However, it says for As right here that it is seen as strong, steadfast, dear to men, but despite being so loved, it is often attacked. The idea that it is embattled, many men fight against it. It is most likely a reference to the fact that mostly ash was used to fashion spear shafts. The most typical such spear was a long thrusting lance, not a throwing spear.
Yep, that's what she's holding, is a long thrusting lance. She's holding that.
So you know how I just showed you that oh God, who knows where it went now? My God, here it is. So remember I told you the bull man held that device? It's As. That's what it is. It's the spear that slashes. So now watch this, you guys. This is like the final. This is the finale. Even though we didn't get to everything, we will. I promise you. This is crazy. This man made this device. All right. This device specifically, he spins it. And when he spins it, it creates an anti-gravity effect. Now, I want you to use your observational powers to pick out anything you can about this. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
When Sandy Kidd goes out to the lock-up garage behind his house in Dundee, he is going into a world of his own. This place has been his prison for the past 4 years.
Sounds like me.
Here he has spent building a machine. A very special machine. A machine.
2 negative magnets, I see.
Oh my God, wait till you guys see this. Can you see this thing?
Was to create the means of powering a flying saucer, but somehow I could put a machine together using gyros, in which all our energy could be properly harnessed to produce a lifting force or thrust, which would be capable of driving some sort of craft through space.
Like most inventors,
I knew I had to somehow mount two gyros within a structure at a critical angle, and by subjecting them to certain forces through rotational movement, produce a lifting force through the action of the gyros.
the whole machine is designed to spin round like a top. When this happens, the gyroscopes want to fly off the end of their axles because they are being subjected to what is called centrifugal force. With the gyros themselves being driven at a very high speed in a certain direction, they react to the centrifugal force by swiveling upwards and taking the machine with them. Because of its design, it is only able to rise 2 inches off the bench, but the machine is capable of climbing to any height you want. The machine produces a thrust equal to 10 or 12 ounces, but the device itself weighs 7 pounds. To calculate this lift, therefore, Sandy devised a counterweight system consisting of a piece of string attached to the top of the machine, threaded round 2 overhead pulleys, then tied to an old vise loaded with 4-inch nails.
4-inch nails. Look at this thing.
When the machine lifts, Sandy gradually removes nails until the device starts to drop. The lift achieved is equal to the weight of the nails taken away. Now, this may all seem a bit crude, but such ingenuity is the stock and trade of the inventor.
I knew I had to somehow.
Okay, are you ready? Prepare yourself.
Yeah.
This device, counterclockwise, right? What is this? It's a crucifix across. The hands go here, the head, the feet. This is your counterclockwise crown chakra. Remember what I told you about your wrists?
Mm-hmm.
Those are on your wrists after you take the fetters out and the nails. Now, this guy says, you've got it. I can't even believe this. This guy tells us on this that it's a pulley, right? And then he has this device, he calls it a vise, and there's nails in it. Are you kidding me? This, so he draws the picture of this. It looks like an L, right? And he's got nails in it like this. You guys, that's the fetters, that's the nails.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, wait. You saw how he attached it? He attached that damn thing. He had a screw up in the bottom of it. Well, where's the ballerina's foot, the doll? Right here. There's a screw or a nail keeping her in that box. So this is what we're dealing with. Here is Gemini. Here's the doll on the music box. Right? Here's the key. Here's the downward Thursas thorn. Here it is, right? Here's the keyhole. Here's the doll in the music box. He drilled it in right here. There's her hands up in the air. And then here's this. Here's us. Now, the way that they did it was a pulley. So I'm thinking, what is this pulley thing about? One of these is us. the hanged man, and the other one is the doll. But the doll is not on the other side of the tree. She's on the inside of the tree. And the reason I know that that's right is because when I look up the rune that corresponds with Gemini, we said the tree was Gemini, right? That's
Right.
what we said. So if the tree is Gemini, okay, that means Awaz. Let's take a look at Awaz in good old Futhark. All right. Now we're going to look and see. There was another symbol. Okay. Interpretation: two upright poles bound together symbolize the divine twins, the Bronze Age symbol. Look at the Bronze Age symbol.
The magnets.
It's the damn pulleys.
Yes.
And then the vise is pulling nails out, and the vise is this thing, which is half of this.
Oh my gosh.
Serious? So bottom line is this, guys. My psychotic self.
Oh my gosh.
I put that together. I put all the pieces together based on what I knew. I know now how we're going to fly. I know what we need to say. I know what we need to visualize. I
Oh
know
my
what
God.
I know what the keys are. Look, see, this is one of the keys. See, doesn't that look awfully like an ankh? So if you turn that box into a circle and you put it on top of this thing right here, it looks like a key, right? Those are the ankhs that that our buddy Opal Star was making. Okay.
Mhm.
It literally, you guys, I have it all. I mean, I went psychotic, as you could see. I mean, what else would you expect from good old me? But bottom line is that the reason I saw that circle with the triangle around my wrists is because iron is in the middle, and then the other three are salt, venom, and yeast, and that spins around, while in the center, fire and ice is what makes the salt, which is Eeyore. There's a lot more details we didn't get into. I was silly for trying to fit this all in one day. But bottom line is that before we give ourselves a new name, we have to get all of our parts of us connected together. Because so we've talked about us, which is the dummy or the hanged man, our higher self, we have to reconnect our feet with, right? The connection needs to be reattached. We need to break her out of that damn music box. Okay, by taking out the nails, cutting the feathers, but then we have one more that we haven't talked about yet, our etheric twin. That's the action part of us. That part takes care of itself by doing the action. So TikTok showed us, think the right things, thoughts, visualize the right runes, speak the right sounds at the right time at midnight on top of the tree, singing it, and then you do it with actions. Actions mimic your etheric twin will mimic your actions exactly, and it's done. You guys,
And when are we going to do it? During the eclipse?
we're gonna we have, the more carefully we do this, the more we can tell our brain that this is real, this is happening, the better. I'm going to make up literally a step-by-step ritual that we do together or by ourselves, whatever you want. But everyone that's been watching these and has followed along, and bless your heart, you followed with me jib-jabbering for 3 hours, and Mary included, bless your hearts. I know this was not like last week, but you could see why. There's still a lot of details. I'm still piecing it together, and I couldn't wait for next week. I couldn't. There's no way. I'm starting to work on it right now.
John, so listen. So
Yeah.
the answers are with both of us. I am so blown away. At first, all the information you were bringing, it I would pick up bits and pieces that made sense to me, and some pieces I was like, okay, I'm just gonna have to put that on the side. Just put that on the side. But now you're talking about the arc. Everything that I'm seeing and everything that you're seeing is starting to really become clear. The R and the Ka, especially, um, you're literally going to teach us how to escape. You are literally going to teach us.
We
Listen,
Mary,
you guys.
this is what and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mary, but I want to say this real quick. Your drawings there, you just provided additional details. When I looked at those drawings and you were pointing those things out, I was like, oh, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. So I got news for you. Like I said, I can't put it together till you write it down, and you wrote very specific things, and now I know exactly how to do it. So yes, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yeah. And I wanted to show you this. This is basically this is that tree woman talking to you. Now she says AC here. Now I want you to notice a couple of things in this piece. Number one, notice her hand is blocked. Okay, now it says R, but then it says F. Now there's something blocking her hand here. Now it's like a wall here. So I think there's going to be some answers in here as far as there's a clock tower, there's a lightning. Now there's a monkey hitting a tambourine.
Yep.
So this is slapping our hands together. The monkey hitting the tambourine. You know what I don't see now here, the ankles are together. There are look at the ankles. There's the ankles, there's the ankles, there's ankles. The bottom is all about ankles. The top is the hands, one hand, other hand, but then the tambourine having something to do with the hitting your hands and lightning.
Tambourines. So the tambourines, what I just off the top of my head, what I think, because I've seen the monkey with the tambourines before. You've had that in several readings.
Yeah.
So when you clap your hands together, right, it makes lightning. You can't make lightning if you got cymbals on your hands.
Oh yeah, so they put symbols on our hands in some strange way to keep us tethered.
And then remember, I said the feet are the boom boom tsh, boom
Yes.
boom tsh. So that means you stomp the feet is the thunder boom boom, the cymbals tsh, boom boom tsh.
Boom boom. Yeah, it's there. It's all here. And then AC. I mean, I'm gonna send you a picture of this. This is exactly what. But I do want to show you one thing really quick.
Please.
That I saw that you might want to think about, and that is the mouse from Armenia, the god R.
Okay.
And I want you to notice how the triangle that is the music box, that is that symbol there, and it's going. This cross is going into their third eye. Okay, like there.
That's one of the nails. Remember, that's one of the
This
nails.
is I knew that this didn't look like a cross.
Well,
this is a nail.
Well, it is.
There's another nail, and the third nail is here.
Three
One,
nails.
two,
Yep.
3 nails.
Yep.
Now, I want you to notice something here. See the letter A, A, A. What I thought, and then her hand is a mirror, right? Like there's a mirror or a portal opening up through the hand that's on fire. No feet in this one.
Yep.
But anyway, so this is what I was shown was a triangle, and it's cut, cut, cut. Now, you know what that means. Like, I don't. But here's what I thought. It was like A, R, K, A. These are like the letter A, and they go round.
You're exactly right. Here's the other thing, Mary.
Yes.
So all of the runes, right? They all have letter correspondences too. So we said that the weapon that cuts, or the sword, right, is Ansus or As, right? Okay, Ansus backwards is what the wolf is standing on. That's the key. Ansus is the letter A. If you take a regular Ansus and you combine it with the backwards Ansus, it makes literally the letter A.
Okay, so so guys, Spirit is coming through John and me, and if you follow us and trust Spirit, trust Divine Source, and you've been waiting for a miracle, you got it, baby. We are going to do something amazing. And if you don't feel it from your tingly tips of your toes to your fingers, John has done all this research and work. We are hearing a higher calling. We're not only seeing it from the invisible realm. Look, I don't know anything about what John knows. I know very minimal. I have a minimal understanding of planetary, zodiac, runes, anything. So I love working from this invisible organic basis, and I needed John, and John needed me. And here we are.
Yep.
Y'all have been waiting for a miracle. You must believe, number one, no fear, number two. Number three, when we say it's time, we go with 100% faith. We're going to go to the tree at midnight. And then John's going to lead us the way, the rest of the way, to what we need to do to get out of this music box.
Yes, ma'am. I want to say one more thing about this real quick, Mary, because these mice and these rats show up a lot, okay? So
Yeah.
you see where the mouse is? He's at 12 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Where is the tree? We meet at the hanging tree at what time?
12.
Midnight. Hickory, dickory, dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, not midnight anymore. The mouse ran down.
Oh my, here it is, a hickory dickory dock in that piece. She has the letter A right here. Is at 12 o'clock. The mouse ran
It's got
up
an
the
M.
clock.
See that? It's got an M and it's got an A attached to the top. Yep. You
Yes,
got it all right there.
M-A right there.
Yep.
The clock struck 1, the mouse ran down. We cannot let it strike 1. This is why Cinderella had to be home by 12.
Yep. The A also in that last one, it has the letter M and then it has another, that actually is on Sue's. Look at, if you go all the way up to the point and then you go down and down, it's on Sue's. So right where the finger
wow.
is, Mary, see that? So if
Yes.
and then you go up to the top, on Sue's is this.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
See it?
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
It's literally
We've been
right there.
looking for miracles.
It's been sitting right in our faces. We just need to learn how to observe it. See what I mean? It's insane. I think you froze, Mary. Yeah, she froze for a minute. All right, guys, one more thing. Until she unfreezes, I'm going to show you guys one more thing. This is an example. So we all know that predictive programming is real, right? And we know that they show us stuff all the time. Mary, you there? We can't see you yet. All right, guys, I know this is little, but this is a clip. I don't even know what this is from, but this kid comes in. He's at Stonehenge, okay? Now, watch what he does with his hands. He claps, he snaps his fingers. The tips of our fingers are all parts of the circuit, right? And then he also, if you look at, we talked a little bit before about the Gemini twins, about how they hold their arms at 90-degree angles with their elbows, right? Watch what this kid does. He's at Stonehenge. He opens up a portal. Watch this.
It's a transport hub. And just because the Romans knocked half of it down does not mean it's broken.
Excuse me? The general public's not permitted to approach the stones without the correct authorization. Hey, wait! Security!
So what's so cool about that? What's so cool about that is that he does all these things with his hands, right? He's clapping, snapping, and then at the end he does this thing with both of his hands together, and he like moves it across together, almost like it's like a lightsaber or something. And that represents the sword or the as that we talked about. That was the spear that does the cutting. You guys, this is all right in front of our face. It's getting clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. And since you guys have paid attention, you've already literally paid the currency for this. You took the time to pay attention to this information, and now you're going to get it if you want it. And I am thrilled to be able to do this. We're not all the way there yet. Oh, there she is. Can you hear us, Mary?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can. Yeah, now we can.
Lightning strike. As literally we're looking at lightning strikes. We had a major lightning strike, major thunder, and then we went away.
Of course you did. Oh my God.
Ah.
So did you see it all, the last clip that I just played, Mary?
Not
All right,
at all.
I'll send it to you. It's a clip. I don't know what it's from. It's this kid. He's like, just because Stonehenge, they knocked it down doesn't mean it doesn't work. He starts, remember we talked about Gemini with always having their arms at right angles at different ways, right? he starts clapping his hands
Yeah.
and with the lightning in his hands and doing all this thing with his hands movements, and a portal opens in a U shape, walks underneath the stones of Stonehenge like the TT. Oh no, she paused again. Can you hear me?
No, am I here?
Yeah,
Can you
you're
hear
here.
me? Yeah, I'm here.
You're here. Okay, so anyway,
Okay.
this kid opens a portal by clapping his hands and putting his arms in certain specific ways, and then the one
I
at the
saw
end,
that.
he moves
Yeah.
he moves his arms together the same way, which is the slashing of the sword or the as, like we talked about, and that's the key that opens it. And the portal is like this. It's like the U shape that he walks between the stones, and it starts thundering, lightning, and raining. The storm that brings the lightning to the oak.
This is crazy because the minute I started telling you guys, listen, please have faith. John and I we're not liars. We're simply truth seekers, and we're starting to see, you know, truth in the seen and unseen, both in the physical and non-physical. And we're starting to come to these truths, and then all of a sudden I'm telling you guys, oh my gosh, we're gonna meet at the tree at midnight and lightning strikes and we go offline.
So to put a cap on this, guys, first of all, I want to say thank you sincerely for. I mean, there were 70 people here. You guys all hung in there. That means the world to Mary and myself. And of course, thank you always to Mary. I can't. This is. I never expected to be able to do something like this in this lifetime, and I'm literally doing it on a weekly basis now, and it's only going to get better and better. So thank you, Mary, for this opportunity. I couldn't do this without you. Period. So, having said that, I want to go back to the very first song that we listened to. And I want you to listen to it one more time and read the lyrics, this time knowing what we know about Angerboda and about how she's taking the lightning strike for us so that we don't have to suffer even more than we've been here. But she does it because she's staying here with us to help us and protect us because she loves us. We're going to go onto that tree. We're going to divert that lightning strike so it doesn't hit her anymore. We're going to make it hit something else. It's going to split open that birch tree and reveal the heart, and we're going to turn that heart to stone. So watch this.
Ooh. Okay.
With Got to Be Metallics, I'm anything but dull. I don't just stand out, I shine. I make an impact that lasts. Pastel or bold.
Girl, take your impact somewhere else. Let's go.
You want to be.
Yeah, F off.
You've got a good heart, but I know it changes. A restless time,
Untamable. Urus.
Look at the legs. It makes MM. Look at that AM.
Storm.
You lift me high, or let me fall.
Lift you high up onto the tree or let me fall so I hang like a hangman.
Wow.
But I took your
Hand.
promise I would stand any place you blew my way. 'Cause something inside it solidified, and I knew I'd always stay. You lift me up, you can tear me down, you can try, but I'm unbreakable. You can do your best, but I'll stand the test. You'll find that I'm unshakable. When the fires burn, when the wind is blown, when the waters dry, you'll still find so. My heart of stone.
I can't even take it. Listen to this next part.
You say we're perfect, a perfect family. You hold us close for the world to see.
This ties in with being fake and phony on the outside when you're sad or angry on the inside. You make it look pretty like the birch tree.
And when I say you're the only one I've ever loved, I mean those words true. But I know without my son,
S-U-N.
your love could disappear. I know it isn't fair, but I don't care, 'cause my love will still be here. You can build me up, you can tear me down, you can try, but I'm unbreakable. You can do your best, but I'll stand the test. You'll find that I'm unshakable. When the fires burn, the winds blow, the waters dry, you'll still find. My heart of soul.
So that conclude. So I'm sorry. This is what we're concluding with today. This
John,
fin-
when is your movie coming out?
Oh, it's not coming out. COVID went all crazy and it didn't hit post production. It really didn't even get finished, but it's still an awesome movie. You guys ever want to see it? It's called Love. I play a widower who just lost his husband, and I have an adopted son. His name is Jet. He's African American, and in the film, he's having some difficulties in high school, being the son of a white gay guy who's just lost his significant other. He's going through normal teenage stuff, and then I'm having a real hard time with alcoholism. My name's Benjamin, and I get a DUI at the beginning of the movie. I'm about to lose the house because I can't find a job because I took so much time off in the movie before my husband died. And you know what's hilarious, Mary? I don't know if I've ever told you this. The guy that was supposed to play my husband in the movie, so it was just pictures that we took, but he got sick last minute. Guess who played my husband in the movie? Jeff did. Jeff did. Isn't that hilarious? She might be frozen again. So anyway, in the movie then, Jet, who's my son, he meets a new friend. Her name is Erin, and Erin is on the autism spectrum, and she has a hard time, with social relationships. He brings her into the picture. I meet her, and everything starts to change. When I tell you, it's a tearjerker, but it's the most heartwarming movies I've ever seen, and I would love to show you guys if you guys are interested. So Mary's freezing again. This is what we're going to end up today, guys. This is one of those songs that I loved, and I listened to it today right before this, and I was like, okay, it all makes sense. Take What You Want by Post Malone and Ozzy Osbourne. Listen to the lyrics of this one.
Laser hair removal blew my mind. Struggle.
Laser hair. So, Mary, I just said that we're closing it out with this.
Okay.
Listen to the lyrics.
I love you. I love you. I know I'm having a storm here. Lightning and thunder.
That's amazing.
I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never.
Salt water.
Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go. Why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want to go. I never needed anything from you. And all I ever asked was for the truth. You showed your tongue and it was forked in two. Your venom. I almost believed you. Yeah, you played on my every mistake. Waited on me to break. Held me out of hope that I would drop. I could play. I was wasting away. Trying to know my way out. Find my way out. And then finally came the day I stopped giving my heart away. For heaven's sake, my bones will break, but you never own my soul. No, I feel you crumble in my arms down to your heart of stone. You bled me dry just like the tears you never showed.
Bled him dry, which is the life force of the physical. Never showed any tears because they don't have emotions. Emotions are salt. They can't cry tears of salt if they don't have emotions to begin with. Ta-da! So, guys, I think Mary's frozen again. She's going through a lightning storm because she's probably, like, literally at this point, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Mary called me and was like, okay, I turned into Lady Thor. Wouldn't surprise me, like, at all. So, I am going to go ahead and close this out. I'll catch Mary up on this last part. She's recording this anyway. I love all you guys. Thank you guys so much for paying attention all this time. We are getting somewhere. I know today was a little bit tougher to watch, but you guys all hung in there, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. It's going to pay off for every single one of you, and it's going to be soon. Keep an eye out on watch my TikTok page and watch Mary's TikTok page. More information will be coming soon. We might even do a class before next Saturday. I love all you guys. Light and love. We'll talk to you guys very soon, okay? Take care.